the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Good morning, members. Allow me to welcome the students and teachers of Standard 4 from Cushman Ha Government School, Maya Mopan, Belmopan. I understand we have about 60 students and 3 teachers. Welcome to the National Assembly of Belize and today's House meeting.
Papers.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Food Security and Enterprise. Honorable Minister Karim Musa.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 183A/1/13, Sugar Industry License to Import Export Sugar Regulations 2023.
The Honourable Minister was asked to hold over for the Minister of Agriculture. Honourable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics and E-Governance.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional papers number HR 183B/1/13, Belize Port Authority Tariff Amendment Regulations 2004, sessional paper number HR 183C/1/13, Belize Port Authority Tariff Amendment Regulations 2008, sessional paper number HR 183D/1/13, Belize Port Authority Verified Gross Mass Regulations 2016, sessional paper number HR 183E/1/13, Belize Port Authority Tariff Amendment Regulations 2020, and sessional paper number HR 183F/1/13, Belize Port Authority Pilotage Regulations 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, those papers are ordered to lie on the table.
Presentation of reports from committee.
I recognize the Honourable Chairperson of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table reports number HR 184, HR 185, HR 186, HR 187, HR 188, HR 189, HR 190/1/13, as well as sessional papers HR 194 and HR 195/1/113.
Honourable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honourable Chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Morning, Madam Speaker. I rise to lay on the table report number HR 191/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Law Revision Amendment Bill 2023, report number HR 192/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Special Prosecutor Bill 2023, and report number HR 193/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the motion for the establishment of the Women's Parliamentarian Caucus Standing Committee 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table.
Question to Minister.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleasant good morning. Pleasant good morning to all members on both sides. Pleasant good morning to the wonderful Mesopotamia people and all of the constituencies I lead. Will the Minister of Home Affairs please inform this honorable House if the member for Toledo West will be arrested and charged for his admission of leaving the scene of an accident before arrival of the police and failing to report said accident that he was involved in to the nearest police station?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if I may, prior to responding to the question posed by the Leader of the Opposition, just take this moment for us as a National Assembly, as a House of Representatives, to note the passing, the very gruesome passing of Imari Galvez, who was murdered just a little outside of Belmopan, or in Belmopan, and taken on the Hummingbird Highway in a very gruesome and heinous fashion. And then this morning as well, we have another incident in which a young lady was stabbed, presumably by her partner. In that instance, the police quick response has led to the apprehension of the individual. But certainly, Madam Speaker, it is very telling of the times that we're living in, and that there are very cruel individuals out there. And I think that we as parents, we as members of this House, we as leaders in our community, we need to do more in terms of condemning this type of gender-based violence, and certainly advocating for stiffer punishments, and advocating for members of the community, the family members, to play a greater role in the lives of our women. If we see something that's going wrong, it is time for us to intervene. If we see consistent abuse taking place, it is time for us to say, this is our business as members of the family, as members of the community, and certainly try our very best, or endeavor best, to ensure that this type of heinous crime does not continue. And so I just want to offer my condolences to the family of Imari Galvez, and at the same time offer our prayers for the young lady that was stabbed this morning. Madam Speaker, in relation to the question posed by the Leader of the Opposition, this matter has been addressed already by the Commissioner of Police and myself as Minister in the media, but certainly it is worth reiterating and repeating the circumstances surrounding this particular case. As you know, Madam Speaker, on the 30th of April, Sunday at about 8:10 p.m., the member for Toledo West was traveling in his government issued motor vehicle. It was a Chevy Silverado, traveling in a southerly direction while doing work within his constituency on that evening, and he unfortunately and regrettably was engaged in a traffic accident while traveling, like I said, in a southerly direction. A motorcycle that was coming from the opposite direction came into his path, which prompted the minister to have to take very swift action and veered off of the highway, crashing into a lamppost. Thankfully, Madam Speaker, we do not have any fatalities. Thankfully, the minister took very swift action in avoiding colliding with the oncoming traffic. The minister stayed at the scene, contrary to UDP propaganda. He stayed at the scene, I think, for some 45 minutes, awaiting the arrival of the police. His airbag had been deployed, hitting him in the face. He was certainly shaken up, as has been mentioned again in the media, disoriented. A lot of his supporters, a lot of the villagers came out to the scene and actually recommended that the minister seek medical attention. Like I said, it was quite some time before the police arrived. This is rural Belize. The minister, because of his condition, having suffered that accident, took the advice of the people at the scene and thereafter went home to recover and to rest. And so, Madam Speaker, it was thereafter, I believe after a day of recovery and resting, the minister made a police report. So it's not as though he did not report the traffic accident. It is a matter of fact that he did report the traffic accident. And as the member, the leader of the opposition would know, it is not for the minister to lay charges. And I don't know how it was done in the past in terms of a minister's involvement in cases, because we are all very familiar with the case of the member for Collett's motor vehicle being driven into the sea, for which no one was charged. I don't even know if any report was made of that incident, but certainly you can count on the fact that there was no ministerial involvement or meddling on my part. I didn't call anybody from the Punta Gorda police station, nor the commissioner. I let the investigation take its course. And so this is certainly not a situation like that where a vehicle was deliberately driven into the sea. This is a situation where a minister was actually saving the life of another individual, risking his own life and crashing into a lamppost. And so the police has done their investigation. These are the facts coming out of that investigation, and they have indicated that there was no offense committed by the minister from Toledo West. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, member from Mesopotamia.
Madam Speaker, please grant me leave to ask a follow-up question.
Let me hear the follow-up.
Would the minister be so kind as to share that police report with the Leader of the Opposition?
Yes, certainly, Madam Speaker, we can provide that police report.
Okay. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Infrastructure, Development and Housing. Apologies, I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition and member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, member from Caribbean Shores. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you would allow me to please recognize the students and teachers from Kushnin Ha. I join with you in recognizing them and joining us today from Maya Mopan, and also I share with the Minister of Home Affairs in offering our condolences from the opposition to the family of Imari Galvez. I was able to visit with the family, with the standard bearer from Belmopan, to attend the wake of Miss Joanna and Stan, and we definitely offer our deepest sympathies, Madam Speaker. Will the Minister of Housing please inform this Honourable House who has been given the contract to build $15 million in low-income houses budgeted for in the last 3 budget cycles, and was the contract put to tender?
I now recognize the Honourable Minister of Infrastructure, Development and Housing.
Morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's on? Madam Speaker, the low-income housing program under MIDH, as we are all aware, and as has been mentioned in the media and in the House many times, is a social program to specifically target the most vulnerable sectors of our society who do not have the ability to secure adequate housing for themselves and their families. Madam Speaker, the criteria being used to select and qualify applicants for what is considered the first phase of this project requires that the recipient be a single parent, a person that is unemployed or underemployed, persons with diverse abilities, elderly without support, and victims of home destruction due to natural disasters, who have been left homeless and without viable options for housing. Each applicant, Madam Speaker, is screened, vetted, and approved by a selection committee which has the representation of the public and private sector, inclusive of the church and civil society. Since its inception in 2021, Madam Speaker, the project has been funded through government annual budgetary allocations. And I have mentioned it in the House over and over, and I will repeat myself again. Over the fiscal period 2021-2022 and 2022-2023, $16.6 million has been directed towards the low-income housing program. $5 million, Madam Speaker, for fiscal year 2021-2022, and $3 million, Madam Speaker, from Hurricane Lisa supplementary allocation. An additional $3.6 million, Madam Speaker, relocated from Ministry of Infrastructure and Development budget towards construction of houses for Hurricane Lisa recovery efforts. And for the current fiscal period 2023-2024, another $5 million has been budgeted. Just for national information and for anybody that's interested, Madam Speaker, $5 million annually represents 0.003.5 of total expenditure of the budget. So 0.357%, which is 1/3 of 1% of the entire annual budget, is what goes towards housing. The total budget to date allocated to this program, Madam Speaker, will afford the construction of 391 housing units. A total of 358 units have been contracted, of which 213 have been handed over. 105 units are under construction, of which 45 will be handed over before the end of July, and the remaining 100 before the end of this fiscal. Construction of a final amount of 33 houses will commence within the next month. The present average construction cost, Madam Speaker, is about $50,000 per house. This has increased by 25% since the inception of the program due to rise in materials cost. This translates to a square foot price, Madam Speaker, of 113 Belize dollars per square foot. To remind the member on the other side, when the UDP was in power, we were getting square footage prices of buildings being built between 600 to 1,000 square foot before inflation. Just to give you an idea, Madam Speaker. So presently, the houses are being built at an average cost of 113 Belize dollars per square foot. Madam Speaker, and this is not only the house, it is inclusive of filling of the land where necessary, septic and soakaway, because we don't have a proper sewerage system where they are built, full electrical service support, Madam Speaker, and road access and whatever necessary infrastructure that these structures require. Contracts, Madam Speaker, are issued for labor to registered and pre-qualified contractors who are evaluated by a technical team of ministry professionals. The average labor cost, Madam Speaker, for each house is approximately $16,600, which is approximately 33% of the value of the house. In the construction industry, Madam Speaker, this is far below what is the norm? In the norm in the construction industry, it ranges between 30 to 50% of the total cost being labor. How can we be able to get this price? Well, we are dealing with contractors that are from the different regions who tend to use the local labor, Madam Speaker, and therefore they have the ability to reduce the cost. Materials are purchased and distributed by the Housing Execution Unit, Madam Speaker, and tax exemptions are utilized in purchasing the main construction materials. Madam Speaker, registration, this is how the program started. We got into the ministry and we sent out advertisements. And if the leader of the opposition is interested, I can show him copies of the registration notices that we put out on the newspapers. They are on our social media platform. They are on the website of MIDH, and they have been put out repeatedly requesting contractors to register at the MIDH to do a variety of projects. If you allow me, Madam Speaker and Leader of the Opposition, I would just like to read it so that people can be aware of how the registration process works. It says, Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, General Notice Registration of Contractors. The Government of Belize, through the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Houses, wishes to create a registry of contractors for varying disciplines and capacities from which government or the private sector enterprise will have access to competent contractors that have undergone some form of qualification, capacity review, which in turn would streamline procurement and improve transparency in the industry. It is expected that the contractor register will provide for easier selection of reliable contractors based on satisfying minimum criteria of each of the identified categories and subcategories. Having centralized contractor registry creates opportunity for contractor employment across the public and private sector, as well as affords project owners confidence in quality of listed contractors. Contractors will be categorized by discipline and size and hereby invited to register under one or more of the following disciplines as may be applicable. These are the disciplines. General building contractor. General building contractors are for building commercial buildings, residential buildings, capable of executing site surveys, piling, structural concrete, structural reinforcement, masonry, carpentry, drywall, plumbing, electrical, HVAC, and roofing. This is the category that the contractors will fall under to do the low-cost, the low-income program that we are working on. Then you have civil works and road construction, capable of executing works associated with road construction and other major infrastructure developments such as land clearing, earthworks, drainage, flexible and rigid pavement, road marking, road furniture installation, piling, and structural concrete. Then we have the third category, bridge construction, capable of bridge construction, pile construction and installation, reinforced concrete bridges, structural steel bridges, composite bridges, multi-cell. You want me to slow down, Leader of the Opposition? I can't if you're not following properly. Drainage, multi-cell reinforced box culverts, retaining walls, coffer dam construction, and piling for barges. Fourth one, Madam Speaker, land development, capable of executing land clearing, earthworks, excavation of earthen drains, embankments, and pond construction. And tradespersons, single entities such as masons, carpenters. So you can also register as a technician for certain fields. Single entities such as masons, carpenters, plumbers, electricians, mechanics, sheetrock, drywall, HVAC, painters. And specialist contractors, contractors with experience tailored to specific skill sets. This has been out there, it is still out there. We are requesting all contractors to register. Madam Speaker, we have since received 120 registered contractors, and we are hoping to be able to get more contractors registered. And what everybody is facing is, because of the new tax system, the contractors now take a lengthy time to be able to register, because they have to register for business tax, they have to register for GST. It is a long, lengthy process. But once they are registered and all that paperwork is completed, then they bring that to the ministry and they are entitled to bid on any project that falls within the category that they can fall on. So presently, 120 to 121 contractors have been registered. Of those 121, Madam Speaker, 81 contractors of that 121 have built homes under the low-income project. That is separate from the contractors that are building roads. That is separate from the contractors that are building bridges. That is separate from the specific technicians that do other work. This is specifically, as your question referred to, the contractors that are building the low-income houses. So, then we went a step ahead. I can give you a copy also, member from me. So, we did a procurement notice, Madam Speaker, in the newspapers, on our social media platform, on our website. Mr. Van Gale has been also voicing these procurement notices on the best TV and radio station in the country, Vibes. Congratulations on Vibes. And this is the procurement notice for tendering of the houses. So, the ministry designed the project. The ministry did the construction documents for the project. The ministry prepared the bill of quantities for the project. And the engineers and architects and technicians at the ministry established the basic rates. We went out and we asked any single entity countrywide to bid on the houses to see if they can build it for less than we have been building it for. Not a single person submitted a bid less than we have been able to build it for. In fact, let me clarify. Not a single person tried to compete with the costs that we are building it for. We have compared it to the prefabricated wooden structures that are being manufactured in the western part of the Cayo district. And even so, their prices are not less than what we are building for. Remember, we are not only providing a concrete structure that is climate resilient, but we are giving them the electrical meter connection, we are giving them the water meter connection, we are providing septics, we are providing soakaways, we are filling the land if the land is low, we are even giving a lot of the lands, and that's the problem with the lands that are coming from the other side. They are in low-lying areas, so it's very difficult for us to even reach it. So we have also put in road works to be able to reach this. There is no person up to date that has been able to give us a price less than we are doing it for, except one. Rodla Construction came to us and said, what? At the time it was $45,000. That was, I think, the end of 2021. The price that we are putting out is $45,000 to build a house. Rodla Construction told us, give me an opportunity. I can build 50 houses for the same $45,000 a house, but I will throw in the land. You guys help us with the infrastructure, getting the electricity there, getting the water there, and helping us partnering with him to put in the road work. We did everything humanly possible to build at that price, and the guy said, I can do it at that price, plus the land. Now what's so beautiful about this, the land, I know 50 by 60, and deputy, I know 60 by 75. This is a quarter-acre piece of land that we insisted on that size because it is in the rural area, and at the time we were going through a COVID scare, and we thought it was important for food security that the people that lived in these areas be given an opportunity to be able to have a backyard where they can grow their vegetables and be able to be, to a certain extent, self-sustainable. But more than that, we are trying to teach our young people to be able to eat healthy. Lot of way, and family members got cancer around the place, man, and Speaker, we grow up to eat patted meat when they bring from outside, we eat bully beef, canned beef, We still deal with chopped ham, we deal with ramen. Processed foods are killing us. It's killing this country, and so we are trying our little part in our little hole to convince people to plant for themselves so that they can eat healthy. That was the concept leader of the opposition. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I will read out the names, if you give me permission, Prime Minister, because that's part of your question, and I believe that we should be transparent as possible. These are the names of the 80 contractors that have built the houses that we are doing, and the next 35 coming up will be probably another 25 of the 35. No, all of these contractors have been given contracts to build homes. Not all of them will build another house for us. We had some examples that were on TV last year, I think, where certain contractors will never be able to build a house for us again. It's in the minimum, but they have not been able to fulfill their requirements to us and their specifications. But to a large extent, I would say 90% of the contractors that have built houses for us will be able to work for us again. And the ones that have not fulfilled their responsibilities, we will give them an opportunity for them to learn. We will give them an opportunity for them to mend their ways, because we believe in reforming, Madam Speaker. And so they will be able to build a house sometime in the future. Name of the contractors, and this is countrywide. Abner Gray, Augusto Blanco, Alberto Castillo, Alfred Mala, Andy Mo, Anselmo Chok, Anthony Morris, Antonio Melendez, Artemio Alamia, Arthur Rosales, Augusto Blanco, Calbert Banner, Lombardo Riverol, Christopher Banner, Donovan Young, David Sanker, always Earl Swayze Sr., Edison Parks, Elias Martinez, Ellison Skeen, Emil Rodriguez, Erwin Manuel Gonzalez, Evaldo Getzal, Frank Burns, Frank Lopez, Gerber Valdez, Herman Abeles, Herman Botes, Horace Grant, Howard Linares, Jacob Newfield, Jamir Manzanilla, Jorge Placido Landero, Jose Luis Bobadilla, Joseph Ermoff, Julio Mas, Kerry Smith, Kevin Ayuso, Everaldo Quetzal, Luis Maivit, Lloyd Flores, Lombardo Riverol, Lorenzo Herrera, Alberto Agas, Bayra tayo, bali? Luis Alberto Agas, I think it's another person. Luis Bobadilla, Margarito Raimundo, Marco Tulio Chan, Margarito Raimundo, Maria Chan, Marvin Galdaves, Miguel Artemio Alamia, Nelson Mejia, Nelville Smith, Nigel Flores, Noe Portillo, Otoniel Sarzanejo, Otoniel Garcia, Owen Burns, Pedro Garcia, Pedro Ramos, Reimer Construction, Reyes Renovation, Roberto Gomez, Rodney Coleman, Rollins Bardales, Ruben Pais, Rudel Sergio Morales, Santos Alberto Vasquez, Serapia, Barcelona, Shane Pratt, Sean Blanco, Steven Domingo, Theodore Pelayo, Victor Manuel Mendez, and Jacob Elias. No, 80 contractors of 120 from 2021 to 2023. I remember, Madam Speaker, when I was sitting on the other side, and we would only hear 3 names of contractors that were awarded contracts. One from the north that built all the roads. One from the city that built all the buildings. And one brother of a minister in the west that built the rest of the buildings that the first one in Belize City was not interested in. 3 contractors got more than 80% of the work, compared to one program, a low-income program, where 80 contractors presently are building, and we're gunning for 80 more. Thank you very much.
Let me hear the follow-up question.
Is it that you spent $6 million on Hurricane Lisa recovery efforts in addition to $5 million for low-income housing? in 2022-2023 budget?
I recognize the minister.
So,
It's on.
I try to make it loud so that the gentleman could hear me.
the budgetary allocation is $5 million per year. So that's 521, 522, 523. That gives us 50. Then we had an emergency funding, if you're aware, when Lisa came in, that was an emergency funding where we put $3 million more towards hurricane relief. That is how we are doing Blackberry Ridge. And then the ministry saw the need to be able to accommodate more, because when Hurricane Lisa came in, Madam Speaker, there were two things. It was recovery and relief. Recovery was first, where we went in, the ministry went in at the request of NEMO to be able to help people, and we helped you in your area and other areas to be able to get the basic stuff, the zinc, put on the zinc and everything else. While doing the analysis of the recovery, there's a lot of people that the zinc no may help. Their houses were total. We saw some on TV where some of the houses were falling on people's head. I think Yellow Man contacted us because his grandmother had a problem with the house falling on her head, and we went in to assist. We have a heart on this side. And so the ministry, through its line items, allocated $3.6 million towards that also. So the total budget would be, I think, 21.6. Most of it going to right now when the program is finished, it will be 150 houses that the Blackberry Ridge would have, inclusive of a police station, inclusive of a health center, inclusive of a community center, and inclusive of bus station. And presently we are subsidizing a bus run to start out the people to be able to have access to the area. So but that leads to another thing. I am very passionate about this program, Madam Speaker, because it is a very important social program that this government has started. It is one of the structural pillars, I believe, of this government or any government. And that is access to land being one, which I see the Deputy Prime Minister working arduously on, doing his clinics throughout the entire country and giving people access to land. Very important. Second, I believe shelter is extremely important, and we have impoverished people in this country that if they go through the banking system would never ever in their entire life have an opportunity to own a home. And so this, in my humble opinion, Madam Speaker, is another structural pillar for any government, a social program. The third one that is being championed is NHI, which is access to health care, primary health care. And the third, which is being championed by my friend here, the Honorable Member from Freetown and Minister of Education, is free education up to the tertiary level. Those, I believe, Madam Speaker, are the pillars of our social program and what we stand for under the People's United Party from George Price days. But I am here lobbying, humbly requesting that cabinet, that our ambassadors, that the IFIs, that countries that love us or pretend to love us or just want to court us, that the leader of the opposition, when he goes abroad and speaks with all these heavy-duty wigs, that you talk to Didi and Fat Joe and you ask them to please assist us in financing more than $5 million a year for this low-cost program, because it changes the lives of people. I believe, Madam Speaker, and I can safely speak for the other colleagues on this side, our role in government is to look after the people that cannot look after themselves and provide the business environment for the private sector to do what they do. But we can't worry about the wealthy man because they could handle themselves, Madam Speaker. When they got a coat, they got a liar. When they got a lands, they got a liar too. They got a liar for everything. And they got cheese. Our job, and his job, and her job, and his job, and our job, and everybody in this house job is to look out for the people that cannot look out for themselves. That is our commitment, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Next question.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning to everyone. And I need to start by a small apology for being a few minutes late. I had to visit the family of Ms. Tomasa Reyes, who passed away a few days ago. And Ms. Tomasa was a community worker in Orange Walktown. Also, she was one of my first campaigners way back in 1993. And I felt that I owe it to her for the work that she has done for the community of Orange Walktown to visit, since I cannot be there for the funeral, which is this morning at 10 o'clock. So my apologies. Well, Madam Speaker, this is the Belize Company's Amendment Bill 2023. Now, to give some explanations, I'll be doing a lot of talking in introducing several of these bills so that we could understand what is it that we're trying to accomplish here today, Madam Speaker. This act provides for the modernization of the company law framework by way of repealing, replacing, and consolidating the International Business Companies Act, Chapter 270, and the Companies Act, Chapter 250, both of them formal acts. So we're taking the two, international and the local, and we're putting them as one. At present, Belize is under assessment by the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, and is currently preparing for its fourth round mutual evaluation by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, the CFAT-F. The necessary legislation to meet the technical compliance requirements need to be in place by June. The on-site mutual evaluation takes place in December of 2023. A major element faced in these assessments have been the issue of addressing the transparency and the beneficial ownership of legal persons and arrangements such as companies, foundations, limited liability partnerships, and limited liability companies. To give you an example, Madam Speaker, when we got into government, we wanted to see who are the owners of the Bolido company. And we have a few names, but I think 60% of the company was an offshore company. And we don't know who these people are. And I think they learned very well from Lord Ashcroft, because when we try to investigate, it is one offshore company being owned by another offshore company, being owned by another offshore company, being owned by another offshore company. And you ask the question, what was the former Prime Minister doing back then, allowing an offshore company own the Bolido lottery? And they own land, yes, they own land. The same company own lands right behind Marian Jones, which, by the way, is illegal DPM. We should not be giving land to unknown persons or companies. So it's the very same thing that was being done. We don't know, it could be a terrorist, it could be one person, a narco trafficker. We don't know who these people are. Maybe it's a church. I don't know. But it begs the question, why is it that the former Prime Minister went to great lengths to allow this company to hide behind these offshore companies so that we cannot know who are the beneficial owners of the Bolido lottery? We know. Of course we know. If you don't give me a name, you know, I'll whistle, right? So, Madam Speaker, this is one of the things that the OECD and others in international, the developed countries were against it, where people deliberately hide behind these shell companies to cover their criminal activities, or taking advantage, for instance, in this case, of their connections with the government of the day. So, Madam Speaker, let me speak a little bit on the limited liabilities companies. Well, I'll speak on that shortly. The Financial Services Commission has done a full scope analysis of the Act in relation to the relevant FATF recommendation on beneficial ownership, as I just mentioned, and a few deficiencies were identified which could lead to adverse findings at the time of the mutual evaluation if they are not rectified. Specifically, the bill will ensure that Belize is compliant with the requirements of these recommendations, thereby removing the risk of a non-compliant finding, which would increase the likelihood of an adverse listing by the CFATF. Furthermore, the bill aims to strengthen the Act by providing for more practical and clear directions in respect to foreign companies, liquidation of segregated portfolio companies, notices by gazette or otherwise means of publication of struck companies. We have also extended the period to 12 months for companies under the former Chapters 250 Companies Act and the 270 IBC Act to comply with the new Belize Companies Act. So in effect, we're giving all of these companies 1 year to remove from the old one to the new one that we are presenting. Madam Speaker, there had been a strengthening of the process for obtaining recording beneficial ownership information and to ensure that the information that is required is accurate and updated on a timely basis. Although Belize has prohibited bearer shares since 2017, there was a need to also ensure that bearer shares warrants were clearly and explicitly prohibited as well. For those that are not aware, bearer shares are basically a piece of paper that says you own the company. So anybody that has that paper could say, well, this is my company. So they got rid of that in 2017. But we had to make sure that it could be explicitly prohibited in the Act. Along these lines, there is also the need to ensure that nominee directors or shareholders are identified and make such information available to the competent authority. This aspect would align with the recently enacted Financial Services Commission Act to ensure accountability on the part of nominee shareholders and nominee directors and to prevent nefarious activities and reputational damage to the jurisdiction. It would be fair to say then, Madam Speaker, that a major focus these amendments are to specifically address the information required on beneficial ownership information, like with the Bolido. We have to say who are the beneficial owners, the production of records, documents, information of registered agents, RA, or agents or directors, the keeping and retention of accurate and updated records, and the power of the Commission to request and obtain timely records, documents, or information from the registered agent. There is also some further tightening in terms of a foreign company as it relates to its registered address and a notice by which such change of address, registered address, are to be submitted to the registrar. While we can all appreciate that there was a need for the modernization of the company legislative framework and the passing of the Belize Companies Act, when it came to the actual implementation and practice, it became evident that certain aspects were overlooked, and this had to be remedied. Some of these items were the provision for the manner in which a liquidator of a segregated portfolio company is bound to deal with the company assets, and a provision for the mandatory re-registration of foreign companies, which is essential to ensure the accurate and currency of the data held in the registry of companies. Furthermore, Amendments 17 and 18 provide for the sunset of companies. That is, these amendments aim to address the striking off of a company being published in the Gazette or otherwise. Upon a company being wound up, the court may order that the company is dissolved from the day of the order, and the liquidator is to report such dissolution with the registrar, who then records the dissolution in the company's register. This is a particular element of interest to the OECD, who are always keen to inquire about inactive companies. Looking at some of the further amendments, Amendment 19 is of paramount importance, particularly for creditors, as it provides for preferential payments. Foremost on the list is government with their rates and taxes that are owed to them. Secondly, these preferential payments provide for the wages of employees, which give an element of protection to workers. It also provides for the payment of the general creditors, including a landlord and creditors having a floating charge. And of course, to prevent confusion or misuse by creative individuals is Amendment 4, which seeks to marry the practice and the online business registry system platform with the law by imposing a prohibition on a company name not being same or similar to the name of another company, business, association, partnership, firm, or trademark. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker,
pardon me, just a procedural matter, Prime Minister. Thank you. Clerk.
Bill for an act to amend the Belize Companies Act, number 11 of 2022 of the substantive laws of Belize, revised edition 2020, to further facilitate compliance with the Financial Action Task Force, recommendation 24, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I now recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Financial Intelligence Unit Amendment Bill 2023, and with your indulgence, can you allow me to put this together with the International Limited Liabilities Companies Amendment Bill 2023? They actually come together, so I would want to explain both of them in one sweep. Madam Speaker, Belize, as a member state of the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, has agreed to implement the Financial Action Task Force or the FATF recommendations. As a member of FATF, Belize must ensure that we comply with their standards through an ongoing program of reviews that evaluates Belize's technical compliance with the recommendations, as well as the level of efficacy of the national measures put in place to implement those requirements. At present, Belize is undergoing the fourth round mutual evaluation by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force. It has been determined by the FIU and its consultants that amendments to the Financial Intelligence Unit Act, the FIUA, and the Misuse of Drugs Act are necessary to close existing gaps in the legislations, enabling Belize to comply with some of the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, the FAT or the FATF, and ensure the best possible outcome of the assessment. In the case of the amendments of the FIU legislation, the FATF recommendations include that financial institutions promptly report suspicion of funds which are proceeds of a criminal activity or which are related to terrorist financing to the Financial Intelligence Unit. That countries have a range of effective, proportionate, and dissuasive sanctions available to deal with the natural or legal persons that fail to comply with the AML and the CFT requirements, and C, provide for dissemination of information while simultaneously protecting certain information by having rules in place governing the security and confidentiality of information. During Belize's third round mutual evaluation report, it was concluded that the FIU had minimal security arrangements to secure information. It also found that the penalties set out in the law was not enough to dissuade and do not meet the requirements of the FATF recommendations. So we are amending the bill to expand the FIU's functions. The amendments will allow the FIU to collect financial intelligence and information and to analyze, disseminate, and exchange this information along law enforcement authorities, financial institutions, and limited businesses in Belize and abroad. The amendment also provides for the dissemination of financial intelligence and information simultaneously and upon request of its own motion or upon request of local and foreign authorities and affiliates within the intelligence unit. Furthermore, the penalty for failure to furnish information that is relevant to an investigation to the director of the FIU is being increased from a fine of $5,000 to a fine of $100,000. Finally, a new section is being introduced to provide for the secure protection and dissemination of information received, processed, held, or disseminated by the FIU, or that the information only be disclosed in accordance with agreed procedures, policies, and applicable laws and regulations that are in place. Given the critical importance of meeting compliance with international standards, we are proposing the amendment of the FIU Act by virtue of the Financial Intelligence Unit Amendment Bill. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, this is also closely tied with the international limited liabilities companies. Madam Speaker, this bill has a recommendation of the Cabinet, and we hope that all members in this Honorable House would support both bills. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, those bills referred to will be referred. Clerk? It's both bills that you'll have to read the titles for. So, proceed.
Bill for an Act to amend the Financial Intelligence Unit Act, Chapter 13802 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to comply with the recommendation of the Financial Action Task Force, recommendations with respect to laws regarding the collection, analysis, dissemination, and exchange of financial intelligence and information among law enforcement authority, financial institution, and reporting entities in Belize and internationally, and disseminate spontaneously and upon request financial intelligence and information to local and foreign authorities, and to provide for all matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. A bill for an act to amend the International Liability Companies Act, Chapter 27001 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the change of name of the International Limited Liabilities Company Act to the Limited Liability Company Act, to remove the restriction on persons resident in Belize, to remove the exemption granted to liabilities companies, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honourable members, those bills are referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration and report. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to repeal the Insurance Act, Chapter 251, and the International Insurance Act, Chapter 269 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to replace them with new provisions to develop and promote the maintenance of a fair, safe, and stable insurance sector in Belize for the benefit and protection of policyholders and other claimants, contribute to the financial stability of Belize, and to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force, the FATF recommendations, and the International Association of Insurance Supervisors, the IAIS Insurance Core Principles, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. What we are doing here is to bring Belize into technical compliance with international standards, which were set out by the International Association of Insurance Supervisors, the IAIS, and the Financial Action Task Force, the FATF. This is one more step on the process of compliance in relation to the anti-money laundering, combating terrorism financing, proliferation financing mutual evaluation being conducted by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force this year. The provisions contained in this bill will allow the Office of the Supervisor of Insurance to modernize its approach to insurance supervision. In effect, we will be moving from a rules-based framework to a risk-based framework, which is the current mandate of the international agencies and associations such as the Financial Action Task Force, the International Association of Insurance Supervisors, and the Financial Stability Board, and the OECD. This bill will repeal the Insurance Act, Chapter 251, and the International Insurance Act, Chapter 269. But it will capture the scope of both laws as well as expand the scope to provide for micro-insurance to promote financial inclusion. We are consolidating the existing legislation, which will see us keeping some provisions as is and make amendments to some to incorporate current practices, which have been there for many years, but which are not within the legislation and are now required for technical compliance. As such, we will develop and promote the maintenance of a fair, safe, and stable insurance sector in Belize for the benefit and protection of policyholders and other claimants, to contribute to financial stability and to prevent money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing. New provisions in the bill will provide for the licensing of insurers by categories, with each having specific provisions for their categories. Risk-based capital and risk-based solvency is also being introduced, but before these are put into effect, regulations will be required. In substitution for the Minister to hear appeals from decisions of the Supervisor of Insurance, an appeals board will be established to hear such appeals, with the appointment of the members of the appeals board having been guided by the recommendations of the insurance industry. Amendments were done on current provisions which deal with 1. Administrative fines, 2. Fit and proper provisions, 3. Corporate governance provisions, 4. The role of the supervisor, and some statutory filing provisions which are in practice but not in the legislation. There is one update which will be done by agreement between the insurance industry and the Department of Transport in respect to reporting requirements. This bill was prepared with the assistance of the World Bank, the Caribbean Regional Technical Assistance Center, CARTAC, from a project that started in 2021. On behalf of the team, let me thank all those agencies for the support provided to Belize and the Office of the Supervisor of Insurance and Private Pensions, who have also received training from these entities on insurance supervision. Madam Speaker, this bill has a recommendation of the Cabinet, and I seek the support of all members of this Honorable House on this bill, which will modernize the insurance industry in Belize. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to repeal the Insurance Act, Chapter 251, and the International Insurance Act, Chapter 269 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and replace them with new provisions to develop and to promote the maintenance of a fair, safe, and stable insurance sector in Belize for the benefit and protection of policyholders and other clients, contribute to the financial stability of Belize, and to satisfy the requirement of the Financial Action Task Force recommendation and the International Association of Insurance Supervisors, IAIS, insurance core principles, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
The Civil Assets Recovery Unexplained Wealth Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to provide for the civil recovery of the proceeds of unlawful conduct and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, today is a historic day where this government is taking a bold step in the implementation of Plan Belize. Whilst we were in opposition, we were hearing a lot of criticisms, a lot of concerns about alleged corruption within the government system, be it from ministers or officers within the public. And there was a genuine cry that something has to be done. So today, Madam Speaker, the government of Belize, the People's United Party government, takes another stride in demonstrating its commitment to enacting good governance measures and tackling the proceeds of crime. Since September 2021, the government, with the support of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, has been working on implementing the Civil Assets Recovery legislation. Not only will enactment of the Civil Asset Recovery and Unexplained Wealth Bill 2023 serve to provide new remedies to address the challenges with tackling corruption, tax evasion, money laundering, and other financially driven crimes, but the legislation will also serve to meet Belize's obligations under United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC, and the Financial Action Task Force, the FATF recommendations. The United Nations Convention Against Corruption is a multilateral convention negotiated by members of the United Nations and I quote, is the only legally binding universal anti-corruption instrument, end of quote. As we are aware, Belize acceded to the UNCAC on December 9, 2016, imposing an obligation on Belize to implement the treaty provisions. One of the areas of focus on the UNCAC is asset recovery, and the convention sets out measures that countries should implement to return assets to their rightful owners, including countries from which they had been taken illicitly. Additionally, the UNCAC obliges state parties to implement non-conviction-based confiscation measures to provide for the broadest possible types of mutual legal assistance. More than the implementation of the UNCAC, it is also important to note that the measures under the Civil Assets Recovery and Unexplained Wealth Bill 2023 will also assist Belize to comply with the FATF recommendations. By now, we're certainly well aware that Belize is currently in its fourth round review process by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, the CFATF. During this review, Belize's anti-money laundering, countering the financing of terrorism and the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, the AML, CFT, CPF systems are being reviewed. FATF Recommendation 4 requires countries to adopt the broadest possible measures to enable their authorities to freeze, seize, and confiscate property laundered and the instrumentalities of crime. This covers both criminal and non-conviction-based confiscation. Recommendation 4 also specifically requires countries to adopt measures that allow such proceeds or instrumentalities to be confiscated without requiring a criminal conviction, in other words, civil asset recovery. Like UNCAC, FATF Recommendation 38 also calls for countries to be able to respond to requests for assistance from other countries based on non-conviction-based confiscation. The Civil Asset Recovery and Unexplained Wealth Bill that is before this Honorable House today provides a comprehensive framework for the civil recovery of property obtained through unlawful conduct. The bill also provides for the application of mutual legal assistance in such circumstances. The bill establishes a civil recovery authority, which will be the Financial Intelligence Unit. The FIU will be vested with the necessary powers to utilize several tools under the bill to pursue civil recovery investigations and recover in civil proceedings before the High Court. The bill provides for provisional measures, such as the power to freeze property in pursuit of an intended civil recovery application, or once an application to recover property has been made. The bill also provides the power to appoint a receiver to manage property that is the subject of a civil recovery application. The bill also provides for property to be recovered through recovery orders and unexplained wealth orders. One of the highlights of the bill is the unexplained wealth provisions. Firstly, the Civil Recovery Authority would need to obtain a preliminary unexplained wealth order requiring an individual to file a declaration of wealth and appear before the High Court to answer questions. If the individual provides false or misleading information, it may amount to an offense. What was important here, Madam Speaker, is that we want to have the FIU the ability to be able to go after unexplained wealth and assets that were illegally taken. But at the same time, we have to ensure that we also protect the rights of individuals. Because as we said, in this country we live by the principle that you're presumed innocent until found guilty. Initially, the way it was written in such a way that the director of the FIU could just seize your assets without you being able to do anything. and then you would have to try to find how you could defend yourself. So this, by making these changes, what we have done is now that you have to go to the High Court, the FIU, and then you go there, and then you can defend yourself before your assets is being able to be seized. So if but we're also pointing out that individual also have to come clean to provide evidence how he or she or the company received that assets or how they have the wealth that is in their possession. An application for the unexplained wealth order can be made by the Civil Recovery Authority following the preliminary unexplained wealth order procedure. Unexplained wealth orders have proven to be a powerful provision in tackling serious organized crime and corruption. Because we also know we have all of these drug people or quote-unquote drug lords within the country. And you know they don't work, but they're driving these fancy vehicles. So this will give you the ability to pull them in. And then they would have to explain how they have their wealth, what work they do, what is their investments. So I'm pleased to say that after consultations with the joint unions, we've consulted extensively, Madam Speaker. We have ensured that a broad list of agencies may make referrals to the Civil Recovery Authority to pursue unexplained wealth orders. Persons who may make referrals include the Director of the Financial Intelligence Unit, representing that unit's Criminal Investigation Division, the Director of the Belize Tax Service Department, the Comptroller of Customs and Excise, the Chairman of the Integrity Commission, and the Commissioner of Police. All of them will make referrals to the Civil Recovery Authority. This referral mechanism will ensure that an avenue is provided where a criminal prosecution or conviction is unrealistic in the circumstances of the case before referring the agency. You know how many times you go to court and you know that they do wrong, but because of some technicality in the law, they could get away. Well, this will allow us to be able to say, you could get away, but you will still be able to get back the asset or the unexplained wealth that you have. I would also like to highlight that this bill and the confiscation measures on unexplained wealth orders applies not only to politicians or ministers, but to all public officers. In fact, it is not limited to persons in the public sector, but also to the private sector as well. It applies to, and confiscation measures may be brought against all persons in connection with property they have obtained through unlawful conduct. That is, conduct that would be contrary to any criminal laws in Belize or conduct in other jurisdictions where, if it had taken place in Belize, would have been an offense. So it's important for the public to understand that this bill that we are introducing today, the Civil Asset Recovery and Unexplained Wealth Bill, you know, everybody talk about the politicians. And there may be some good reason to do so, but it also will apply to our public officers, members of the police, immigration, customs, everybody within government. But it also apply to private citizens who are in the business of conning people, stealing, having monies that they can't explain how they got their wealth. This bill further provides the necessary suite of investigative tools to allow the Civil Recovery Authority to conduct thorough civil asset recovery investigations. Such tools include production orders, disclosure orders, customer information orders, account monitoring orders, and search and seizure orders. It enables the Attorney General's ministry to make requests for mutual legal assistance to other jurisdictions in respect of gathering evidence, freezing property, and enforcing a recovery order of unexplained wealth order. This bill, although largely based on a model legislation from the Eastern Caribbean, is the result of a careful examination of our laws and local context, and is formulated to meet requirements of the UNCAC and the FATF standards. Again, Madam Speaker, whilst this kind of legislation is desperately required, we also have to take measures to ensure that it is not going to be used for political victimization, that it will not be used for our government to go after anybody just maliciously, or any future government to go after maliciously at people just because they don't like them or they don't support them or they have to a beef to support with them. They have a problem with them. We have to ensure that we put the proper mechanisms to try to prevent that as much as possible. That is why we removed it from the director of the Financial Intelligence Unit and set up this group. Financial profit is at the heart of most reforms of serious and organized crimes. These crimes negatively affect Belize's economy while simultaneously affecting Belizean society, especially the most vulnerable. Thus, the Civil Asset Recovery and Unexplained Wealth Bill 2023 provides a mechanism to otherwise pursue ill-gotten property, whilst also ensuring that Belize is implementing its international obligation. I again underscore that the promotion of this bill signals this government's commitment to strengthening the good governance mechanism available in Belize for the benefit of all. Madam Speaker, this is a part of Plan Belize. This bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Thank you.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to provide for the civil recovery of proceeds of unlawful conduct and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour due opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Lotteries Control Amendment Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Lotteries Control Act, Chapter 151 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, to give a little bit of background. Since 1953, we have had Bolido in Belize. Over these more than half a century, Bolido has become a part of our Belizean culture. From 1953 until 2020, for 57 years, government legislated and operated lottery in Belize. Then in 2010, the Bar Administration gave the exclusive license to operate and manage Bolido for Brad's Gaming Company Limited of number 2 Farmers Market, Belize City. This license expired in 2020, an election year, but they did not care about that. This lame duck borough administration renewed the license for Brads through 2030 for another 10 years. And if you remember, members, when we were on the other side, they just laid it on the table so we could not debate. We could not debate it. We could not ask questions. And now you know why the then Prime Minister never want to ask questions, because now we know who own it. You know who own it, Ocho? They not donate something for the party, boy. Remember, from Albert was a part of it. It was under your ministry. And you never asked who owned the 60%. But anyway, Madam Speaker, the lotteries in Belize, as in other places in Central America and beyond, is a lucrative multi-million-dollar activity. Lottery requires a great deal of resources for oversight and administration. For sure, a lot more than is currently provided by Brad's Gaming Group Limited. And I'll give you some numbers in a short while. For example, in Panama and Costa Rica, the national lottery is administered by governments. And you know what they do with their profits of the lottery? The profits from their lottery are used to fund social causes. In Canada, in the Manitoba province, the government, through the Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries Corporation, issues and distributes lotteries and its regulations, regulates it through its lotteries authority. And you know what they do with the lotteries revenues? They use it to support healthcare, education, social services, housing, and infrastructure. From 2010 to 2020, how many houses did you hear the UDP bill from Bolido revenues? How many hospital beds did they buy? How much? Not even one. Not even here they make only donation to sports or to something. Nothing. Nothing. How many streets did they fix on the Bolido money they made? From big to small countries, the business of lottery is something that governments pay close attention to, and the successful one uses the profits from the lottery to improve the lives of their people, not just a few special interest persons. It is time for us in Belize to use a similar model to what is being employed in places like Costa Rica and Canada to distribute the Belize government lotteries so that those that, like the Costa Rican and Canada, we can use the revenue to help improve the lives of our people. The plan, then, before I go into that, let me give you an example of what we are talking about, Madam Speaker. I have a report of the first 10 years under Brad's number one. Look, we call it as Brad's number one because they still use Brad's to confuse people. But the same group. Brad's number one. The license fees in 2010 was 1.5 million, and in 2011 it went up to 2 million. They paid a total of $20 million in license fees because in 2020 they paid only 500 because they apportioned a part of the year when they came to an end. The sales started off at 5.8 million, then 10 million, 9 million, 9.4 million, 12.8 million, 12.3 million, 11.5 million. 2016 gone on to 10.8. In 2017 it gone on to 5.8 million. Gone up in 2018 to 16.7. 2019 when they made a look for one, renew the contract, they increased the salary, the sales to 25.8 million. And then 2020 in the portion that the first part of the year, they had 7.1 million. So they have a sales total of $128.6 million. In business tax, they paid $2.2 million. So the annual tax they paid was $22.2 million, or 17.3% of sales. Now, this is important to know. In 2020, Madam Speaker, during the pandemic, they sell $18.7 million. $18.7 million during the pandemic. They paid $1.875 million in license fees and business tax of $328,000. Now they come up even, check this out, Lee profit sharing, right? They say, we give Lee extra money of $375,000. So they paid a total of $2.578 million. 2020, when they realized that the new Lotteries Commission started to take a look at what they're doing, and for the first time in 10 years, from 2010 to 2020, and I forget, I said I'm bringing the file for sure how to take the file. They did no checking on their people. None, not even a letter, absolutely nothing. In 10 years, the Lotteries Commission, back then under the UDP, zero, nothing. They asked them for nothing. And they wonder why. They ask why. Why is it that the then Prime Minister and the ministers in cabinet at least, but I may say, well, what happened with the lottery? Are they following up to the agreement that we have? Are they complying with the law? 10 years, nothing. No checking. But in 2021, when we wrote the first letter, I think it was in August, the Lotteries Commission wrote the first letter asking for information. All of a sudden, sales gone from $80.7 million to $43.8 million. All of a sudden, $43.3 million. Because we wrote them. Yes, when we started to write them. Because what happened? They realized that if they don't keep up to what is being asked of them, that they could eventually lose the contract. 5 million, 2017, 5 million. $43.3 million. For the whole of 2021, they pay, well, at $2.5 million, which even at $2.5 million, when I'm sick at this, how they pay. They pay it by quarters. And they don't pay it up front. After they don't collect the money, at the end of the first quarter, they pay the first amount. And then the next quarter, they pay the next amount. So they collect your money, and then they give government the measly 25% or the $2.5 million. The business tax collected was $759,000. Profit sharing was $500,000. Now they cap it at $500,000. No go up beyond $500,000. So the actual tax they paid to the government was $3.7 million. So the percentage of tax to the sales is 7.8%. In 2022, last year, because again the Lotteries Commission was constantly warning, they live up to the they're not living up to the regulations as required under the contract. They do the proper audits. They audit the machines. There's so many things that they were not doing right. Because they know they were being protected by Papa Dean. Brad's company was being protected, so they couldn't do it. But this time around, they realized that they can't protect them anymore. So in 2022, guess what? Sales gone up. More people buy a Belize, yes, all of a sudden. $50.2 million. $50.2 million. Yes. In 2017, 5.8 million. In 10 years, they reported 128 million. Now in 1 year, $50 million. $50 million in 1 year.
Because of the check.
Yeah?
Because you're checking.
Yes, because with the check. And it's still not a check, but they check them properly the way it's supposed to be. Imagine, 10 years at Brad's Bolido, $128 million under the UDP and under the PUP in 1 year. When they realized 48 million, 50 million. You pay business tax here 279,000. Again, the profit sharing cap at 500,000. Why? They are the oil company, right? Yes. So the actual tax they paid is 3.7 million, which is 7.7% of total sales. In the first few months of the year now, they sell 13 million. $13 million, 13.2 million. Madam Speaker, in 3 years, which 2 of the real years were really come, because 2020 they only sold 18 million, in 21 and 22, and a few months in 2013, Madam Speaker, under the PUP, they reported $125.6 million in sales. $125.6 million in sales. Under the UDP, for 10 years, they reported $128.6 million, $3 million more. $3 million more they reported under the UDP for 10 years. And you could basically say like 2 years of PUP government, when you start to check on them, they gone up to $125.6 million. Of this $125 million, Madam Speaker, you know what we get? $11.1 million. That's what the people of this country get. So you could see why Barron Williams is spending all of the efforts to try to get back this contract. And he said, I want the contract, give me back my money. I want the profits. But they don't show sales of $5 million, no, you know. They said at 50 million, and we don't project that they'll be going, you don't know how much more. Because they hope now that they could just clean that, and then they don't have to work for the rest of their life, and then picnic life. I hope the leader of the opposition gets some of that. But you are Barrow, you're supposed to be in that. You check out the play. All of a sudden they start to report the sales, and then start to increase it quickly, and start to see the projections of how much more they may grow, so that the Belizean people will have to pay them a lot of money. Exactly. They should have shame, and they should have said, you know, take it for the Belizean people. Either don't become a multimillionaire. Remember when the prince, remember in 2008, I remember when we see his financial statements for his loan shark business. The man make a profit at $30,000. $30,000 in 2008. Now he's a multimillionaire. I think he's richer than you, member from Mesopotamia, although you make millions from your Grammys. Huh? You could show it? You could show the statue? Huh? But by the Canal Street and New York, right? Anyway, on a serious note though, I'm trying to make the point that here we have previous government give the lottery to a select few. And we know who the people are behind it. And they reported $128 million sale in 10 years. And also in pretty much 2 years of PUP government, when we started to check up on them, all of a sudden you have $125.6 million. Yes, it is. Yes. But the land good, you know, land good for a large crop. Because the land for the best. How he used to come here and attack large craft. You're a benefactor. They attack him because they hide behind these companies, these offshore companies. And now his client do the same. So you can't find out who, and all of a sudden they register the company, well, an offshore company from the Cayman Islands.
British Protectorate.
A British Protectorate, yes. When he used to go after Ladashka because he said he used the Belize UK investment treaty to cover himself. They did the very same thing. His client did the very same thing. And now he is the one there defending them. He should have a little bit of pride, you know. He's my former prime minister for 13 years. But not like the man need the money. So, Madam Speaker, what is the plan? The plan is then to establish a government-owned company which will have its own legislation that defines its key functions and responsibilities. For example, this company, which the government will establish as the Belize Government Lotteries Limited, a BGLL, will be required to promote, conduct, and manage lottery schemes. B, to distribute earnings from the lotteries, all the winnings, all the profit from the lotteries. It so administers to the National Health Insurance, the NHI, and to the official charities fund, which you hope we could do some more monies for sports for young people, and maybe even some money for education. C, ensure that the service provided is of international industry standards, and D, to comply with its lotteries license conditions and the respective laws. BGLL will be a company with a core mandate for the sale of the government lottery services to provide revenue to the government of Belize to fund the NHI and the official charities fund. It will be run by a board of directors that will meet regularly to set corporate management and oversight policies of the corporation. The day-to-day management of the corporation will be administered by a managing director who will be assisted by an IT specialist, a financial controller administrator, customer service, marketing, and a quality assurance compliance manager. There will be a tendering process to identify adequate master agents. These are the persons who or entities that will be allowed to distribute Olido. 4 master agents will be chosen, 1 for the north, for the south, 1 for the east, and 1 for the west of the country. The BGLL will build a digital platform and begin setting up an extensive sale distribution network through these 4 master agents. These master agents will have an agreement with the corporation to have sales countrywide through sub-agents and electronic sales. These 4 master agents will be required to have a bank surety of a specific value to cover winnings. The master agents will also be required to allow their sub-agents to make payments of winnings up to a certain amount, and anything over exceeding this amount would have to be paid in redeeming centers located in each major town. So we want to make it easy, you know, and in small winnings, we allow them that the sellers can pay them, but of a certain amount, the bigger amounts, then they have to come to the main office to be able to collect in each of the major towns. The second implementation phase of the digital lottery platform will see the consumer being able to purchase through their mobile phones. This innovation is projected to increase sales and ensure that consumers are allowed to easily check the winning numbers. This system will also secure winning tickets electronically, so no more about losing your ticket and unable to redeem your prize. Because also, Madam Speaker, there's going to be one center at the corporate headquarters where there's going to be one computer that manages everything. So every sale made by every master agents and their sub-agents is going to be recorded so that the company will know exactly who made that sale, what is the number that was sold, and how much was sold. So if one sub-agent or master agent decide that they don't want to pay a number, they could come to the corporate headquarters and say, see, I bought this number, and they could look it up and say, yes, you won, they have to pay you. So as you can see, Madam Speaker, we are doing this right. Whilst we know Belizeans miss their Bolido, we want to ensure that Bolido is once again Belizean for Belizeans and that it is properly administered. You could clap, I mean, you support this thing? You don't support it? For Belizeans, and it is properly administered to allow for the profits to be used for the development of our nation. I hope, Madam Speaker, that everyone in this National Assembly will vote in favor of these amendments, which has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
A bill for an act to amend the Lotteries Control Act, Chapter 151 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition, to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favour kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Human Affairs, of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries.
Madam Speaker, this is the Misuse of Drugs Amendment Bill 2023. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Misuse of Drugs Act, Chapter 103 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, recommendations with respect to laws regarding proportionate and dissuasive penalties, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of Cabinet.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the National Security and Immigration Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
A bill for an act to amend the Misuse of Drug Act, Chapter 103 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirement of the Financial Action Task Force, recommendation with respect to laws regarding proportionate and dissuasive penalties, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Motion relating to the business and sitting of this House.
I recognize the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
All honourable members, the question is that the House at its rising today adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favour kindly say aye. And those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Sorry. Yeah, Madam Speaker, this is the Saudi Fund for Development tertiary level hospital project in Mamapan for 168,750,000 Saudi Riyals loan, motion 2023. Don't get excited, it's 45 million US. People have to use their, their numbers. Madam Speaker, I move whereas the Saudi Fund for Development, the SFD, thereafter referred to as the Saudi Fund, is a government organization that provides soft loans and grants to finance development projects and programs in developing countries. And whereas the government of Belize has requested assistance from the Saudi Fund for the financing of a tertiary level hospital project in Babapan, therein referred to as a project. And whereas the purpose of the loan is to assist the government of Belize in financing the construction of a tertiary level hospital on the Babapan campus of the University of Belize, which also serves as a university hospital for medical education. Now, whereas the Board of Directors of the Saudi Fund for Development has recently approved a loan to the government of Belize in the amount of 168,750,000 Saudi Riyals, equivalent to approximately 45 million US, to the government of Belize to assist in financing of the project. Whereas the terms and conditions of the fund, the lender, the Saudi Fund for Development, the principal amount approximately 45 US million. The terms 20 years, a 5 years grace period plus 15 years repayment period. The grace period 5 years from the effective date of the loan agreement. The rate of interest, a fixed interest rate of 2% per annum. And whereas under the provision of Section 7 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act 2005, the government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of a resolution for such a borrowing. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize to finance a tertiary hospital in the Bamapan area, approves and confirms that the government of Belize may enter into a loan agreement with the Saudi Fund for Development on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan agreement and all other documents associated therewith. By way of explanation, Madam Speaker, Belize's National Referral Hospital, the Carl Hushner Memorial Hospital, was built over 30 years ago. In addition to serving as a national referral hospital, KHMH also serves as a regional hospital. While we continue to applaud the excellent work being carried out by the fine doctors, nurses, administrators, and other healthcare professionals at KHMH, I don't think anyone needs to be convinced that the KHMH is no longer at its best to meet increasing demands at both national and regional level. Indeed, Madam Speaker, in spite of its age, KHMH remains the best hospital we have in Belize, offering the most extensive tertiary care service in the country. Similarly, the Belmopan Hospital was constructed over 50 years ago, and despite renovations and additions over the years, it too is no longer in any shape to meet the growing demands of the central region. The borough administration acknowledged these shortcomings in 2015 as it went on the media to explain that it had secured grant funding, free money, from the European Union to construct a new Belmopan hospital. You could remember Pablo Marin going on TV boasting about a brand new $30 million hospital. He and his friends were licking their chops at that. What? I spent on $30 million right now for a hospital. Of course, once again, because of their delinquency and incompetence, the UDP administration lost this precious grant funding, and the much needed new Belmopan hospital never materialized. $30 million free money they will give you now, and they lost it. Noting the increasing demands for primary, secondary, and tertiary healthcare across the country, our administration has focused heavily on providing the delivery of healthcare services to Belizeans. As such, since coming to office, we have consistently expanded the delivery of primary care services through NHI. As you may recall, that it is in this financial year that the entire district of Farinjoak is for the first time being brought in with NHI. Increasing access to up to 40,000 Arinjokenyans. The year before, with the same budget that the UDP was using in Corozal for a small portion of the district, we expanded the full coverage of NHI in the Corozal district. So presently, we have almost 270,000 people that is going to be covered under the National Health Insurance, thanks to our People's United Party government. Now, Madam Speaker, at the same time, appreciating the reality of aging hospital infrastructure countrywide, while bearing in mind the increasing risk of hurricanes and floods, this UP administration has ramped up efforts to secure capital for new hospital infrastructure to be established in strategic locations. Earlier this year, we were most pleased to secure a $32 million grant from our partner, the Republic of China, Taiwan, to build a new hospital in San Pedro to serve Ambergiski and Kikaka. $32 million. Again, the UDP, they claim they put it into their budget for about 3 years, boasting that they will build the San Pedro hospital. It was never built. It is going to be built by the People's United Party government. Today, roughly 9 months after formalizing, establishing diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and because of the proactive efforts of my team to deepen our relationship with the Kingdom, I am most pleased to report that the nation that we have been able to secure roughly $90 million for the construction of a new 150-bed modern national referral tertiary care hospital in Belize. And it's also going to be attached to the University of Belize so that we can have university teaching our nurses and doctors in the future. This loan from the Saudi Fund for Development is on highly concessionary rates, 2%. Inflation rate is over 6%. So basically they are losing more than 4% on the loan that they are making for Belize. Now, given the vulnerability of KHMH to hurricanes and floods, the strategic placement of this hospital in Belmopan represents an important part of our climate resiliency building strategy in the provision of health care. This new hospital will also ultimately serve as a university hospital for the University of Belize as it embarks on the development and formation of a school of medicine with far-reaching connection to Central American medical schools. The terms, as I mentioned, are highly concessionary. The interest rate will be fixed at a very low 2% per annum, with the loan being repayable over a period of 20 years with a 5-year grace period. Not even the US is paying such low interest rates on its treasury securities. When Belize established diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in September last year, we both pledged to work in partnership for the well-being of our people. We are, therefore, very pleased to now be poised to enter into this loan agreement with the Saudi Fund for Development and hope that it is just the beginning of a successful partnership between our two countries. Establishing and developing a healthy relationship with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia opens the path for Belize to engage with additional partners to invest with us in building a secure, diversified, and sustainable future for our people. Today, we bring the commitment for a modern tertiary care hospital. We are very optimistic as to what tomorrow will bring. Madam Speaker, I look forward to the support of this Honourable House as we continue to deliver on Plan Belize.
I recognize the member for Belmopan.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. And with your permission, I would like to give my sincere condolences to the family of Imari Galvez, to the Caceres and Galvez family of San Martin, Belmopan. We strongly condemn that murder that happened and crime that happened against our women, young women, children, gender-based violence as a whole. And we stand here in support of the Caceres family and in support of the Galvez family, that they may find justice for the murder of your daughter. Madam Speaker, I'm here to give my support to the Saudi Fund for Development Tertiary Level Hospital Project in Belmopan, Low Motion 2023. It is a $45 million US investment on a modern national referral tertiary care and university hospital. As the Prime Minister rightly pointed and reminded us, and reminded the nation, it was in 2015 that the previous administration had the opportunity of building a new hospital in Belmopan, and they dropped the ball and did not do it. $30 million that was granted, that was approved. And as the CEO back then said in national television, it is going to be built and consultations are underway, and it never happened. KHMH continues to be the only tertiary care hospital for our country. But as stated in Plan Belize, a PUP government will construct a new health facility in Belmopan. The construction of this facility will address the problem of the severely dilapidated infrastructure of the hospital in Belmopan. And it is no news. We have seen and we have known of how the infrastructure of our hospital, Western Regional Hospital in Belmopan is. This will improve the healthcare services for people of the Western and Southern districts and decrease the need for referral to the already congested KHMH. Madam Speaker, but this government is not stopping there. We're going one more step forward. And this is going to be a university hospital as well. It is going to be a university hospital for the Faculty of Medicine of the University of Belize, which is currently being developed, and will represent the linkage for the networking with the Caribbean and Central American sub-region for the formation of human resources in our health sector. We have always heard about the shortages of nurses and healthcare professionals in our country, and this bold step by the University of Belize is going to bring to our country the human resources that is needed. We foresee this hospital to become an enabling environment for the next generation of medical professionals that would foster an atmosphere of learning and growth, and will be a huge source of inspiration, not only for our doctors and our nurses, or medical laboratory technicians, pharmacists, but also all other allied health personnel. I believe that this initiative and this investment in our health system is going to be one in fulfillment of our promise of Plan Belize, and two, in making sure that Belmopan, the capital of Belize, has a tertiary level referral hospital. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hold my head in despair when I listen to this government, Madam Speaker. They are so disconnected from reality. It is, I don't even believe it's deliberate. I just think that they are clueless, Madam Speaker. We live in a country where our public health facilities, KHMH, Western Region, Southern Region, Northern Region, does not even have the minimum essential equipment, items needed to treat patients, Madam Speaker. And we, as a government, is going to borrow $90 million to build a 110-bed facility. To do what? We need to invest in the public health care facilities that we currently have, Madam Speaker. That is the necessity. That is what the people of Belize are crying for. That is what the medical practitioners are crying for, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, I don't know where to start. But let me say that as a government in waiting, as the next government of Belize, the opposition's policy is that healthcare is a human right. It's a human right, Madam Speaker. So I hope that in this constitution reform exercise that we are doing, that we will see healthcare, housing, education, these things enshrined in our constitution as a human right. It is in the WHO that the highest attainable standard of health, I quote, as a fundamental right of a human being. What we have here with this Ministerial administration, Madam Speaker, is all puppy show, all bells and whistles, cut ribbon, take picture, with nothing happening, Madam Speaker. They talk about NHI and people having coverage. Coverage to what? You and I admit I don't go to a public hospital. Neither do you. Neither do none of you millionaires here get any treatment at public hospitals. That's why you don't know that people can't get treated, or Belizean people cannot get treated in our public health facilities. So when you come and you say that you want us to support $90 million, I would support $100 million, $200 million loan to better the facilities that we have now. You cannot convince me that you're going to do anything more than just give that contract to one of your favorite cronies and just build a building that will sit there and do nothing. Fix the problem that we have at KHMH. Fix the problem that we have at the other public health facilities. We have a public health facility right here in Belmopan. Why not get the money and invest in what we have? You know, Madam Speaker, this government is like a rockhead government, and it is not just empty criticism that I'm making. Every House meeting, it is loan after loan after loan, Madam Speaker. We are almost at 700 million, a couple million short in their borrowing, Madam Speaker. And then for what? For what? No CAT scan, no basic equipments to save lives. I met with a businessman maybe a week or so ago, right there from the Western region, and he said one of his workers got into some type of accident or some medical misfortune, and he said he couldn't send them to the Western region. He had to send them to a private facility because the gentleman would surely die if they came here. How can you brag and boast about a building taking 90 million, and that building won't cost 90 million. That facility won't cost 90 million, Belize. It will cost far more than that to build a state-of-the-art medical facility, Madam Speaker, but I will get there shortly. But how can you have the face of brass, the faciness to come into this house and act as if our public health facilities are functioning at a level where we can guarantee our Belizeans their rights to adequate health care, Madam Speaker? It is the most glaring, and there have been many glaring instances of your government's total lack of understanding and connection to what is happening on the ground. And this is not an opposition cry for political points or grandstanding. It is fact. You go to the public healthcare facilities, you cannot get treated. The poor people go there, the regular working class go there, and they tell them you have to go to the private facilities. Your NHI means nothing. You get nothing with that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as soon as I got this bill, I was so flabbergasted. I convened a meeting with the different medical practitioners and experts of the fields. And these are some of the things that were discussed. If the Prime Minister would listen and consider what the medical practitioners are saying, not the opposition. They're out there protesting. Last year they protested on several occasions, not for no UDP, but just so they could get essential equipment, essential tools to treat and save the lives of Belizeans. That is what is happening in Belize. The entire Belize, We don't need another building for some crony to take home money. You're just complaining about the cronyism with the Bolido contract. Do better. Madam Speaker, again, where are the funds going to come from to complete this facility, Madam Speaker? Because it won't cost 90 million. It will cost far more than that, Madam Speaker. Where's the money going to come from for the equipment? Where's the money going to come from for the personnel? Again, you cannot even run KHMH. Your government can't even run the public health facilities that we have. How could you convince us that borrowing 90 million, which is not the total amount that it would cost, to have a state-of-the-art facility that can actually provide the human right of adequate health care for our people? Madam Speaker, again, you look at the weaknesses of KHMH, the struggles of KHMH. That $90 million needs to go to fixing those problems, Madam Speaker. So what are we going to do now? Just abandon KHMH? We're going to abandon the population in Belize City, which has the majority of our impoverished people. So now you'll have to come from Belize City to Belmopan when that $90 million could go into making sure that KHMH is functional, the Western Region Hospital is functional, the Southern Region and the Northern Region are all able to provide adequate health care for our people. You always tout the fact that you're this great businessman and you know how to invest and how to borrow. Your borrowing doesn't make any sense. You are borrowing for vanity, for ego, or for cronyism, for corruption. Just to give this contract to one of your favorite cronies in an election year. We have a municipal election coming up, and we know that the gentleman from Belmopan is in trouble. Say what you want about the good John Saldiva, but he definitely will be the next era representative from Belmopan. So I'm trying to understand. I am trying to understand, Madam Speaker. Make it make sense. Make it make sense, Madam Speaker. You know, we don't have radiology services sufficient right now in the country, Madam Speaker. These are the things that the medical professionals are talking about. Right now, it is insufficient as it is in the public health facilities that we have, but you're going to come and brag about a building, not making sure that dialysis, that chemotherapy, that all of these different treatments, the MRIs, the X-ray machines, all of the different things that are needed to provide adequate health care will even be in this facility that you're bragging about. Because the 90 million is not enough to even complete the building of it, from my understanding, from the public health experts that I have consulted with. And that's another thing. Did you consult with the medical experts to say, what do you need? Because again, I'll go on record. I am afraid of your spending because you're a PUP. Right? I know people don't like when you're called PUP, but you are a PUP. So I am concerned because the PUP's history of borrowing is atrocious. Absolutely atrocious. But you have to you have to borrow. I agree. We have to borrow as a developing nation to develop. I don't disagree. But your borrowing doesn't make sense. Borrow 100 million to fix our public health care system that is in shambles. Complete shambles, Madam Speaker. Again, not me asking. The medical practitioners want to know, have you asked the unions about borrowing 90 million to build this facility? Did you ask the nursing association? Did you ask the medical associations? What dialogue have you had with those that know what we need in our public health care crisis that we are going through? It's not as if everything is good, could be better. Yes, I need so you could get through your thick skull and you could understand, because you know they understand. It's clear that you're not understanding.
Leader of opposition, language, please. Let's be careful, okay? Please take that out of the record, the reference to a thick skull. Thank you.
So that you can comprehend. Seems you have a difficulty comprehending because the cries are loud out there. People are not happy. And it's not UDPs that are not happy. I'm telling you, all of this may be too much for me to go into today has come from the medical experts, Madam Speaker. You know, the challenges that we have as far as staffing, because the pay, the tenure, the securities for nurses and doctors is very poor in the public health system. So again, you have a difficult time managing what we have now, but you really want the taxpayers of this country that you cannot even adequately provide healthcare services for as is to agree to a $90 million loan. You look at the $28 million annually that you are spending in KHMH, Madam Speaker. What is it, 48 or 42B? Yes. Could you ask the member from Cayo South to observe?
Member for Cayo South, 42B, please. When 42B. When a member is on his feet, the other members should remain quiet. We've been doing good so far.
Madam Speaker, and that is why you will be voted out. I hope you'll laugh when municipal come and when general elections come. Because you take, I'll put it up, I'll bet you. I know you got more money than me because you've been in the corner business for a long time, but...
Member, if I speak, 42B is there to try and assist with order, but also hurling the insults to the other side. I'm going to ask to please have some caution in your choice of words and the imputation of improper motives. The reference to you have experience in that business of cronyism, that will be struck off the record. If I have to do this a couple more times, then I will have to ask members who keep repeating the breach of the standing orders to take their seat. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, does that apply to the member from Cayo South?
I speak to all members. Don't question my authority
because
like that.
No one is questioning your authority. I'm asking for clarity. I'm allowed to do that.
Of course
I'm an honorable member of this House, the leader of the opposition, and I'm allowed to ask for clarity.
Yes, member.
This is not...
And I have said it time again. When I speak, it's addressed to all members.
Okay, and I'm making sure that we are clear and everyone is clear, that they could hear you.
Continue.
Because you asked me to take my seat so you could explain. I want to make sure the member from Cayo South is listening, because he's the one that is interrupting. There he is again.
Standing order 42B. I can't really ask you to take your seat because you are seated, but I can ask you to exit. So please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But as I was saying, the KHMH today has a subvention of 28 million annually in the health budget, and it still struggles to meet its operation costs and to be self-sustainable. Today, the KHMH operates in excess of 37 million in total expenses on an annual basis, Madam Speaker. The income earnings on the institution is barely 10% of the total expenses. So the question that we have, the medical practitioners have, what plans are in place for this hospital to be sustainable, Madam Speaker? If not, we'll end up with what we have already, another building that can't do anything but bury Belizeans, Madam Speaker. You know, staffing, we're looking at least $20 million to staff this proposed hospital, Madam Speaker. Will there be full-time specialists? I'm asking questions. You should listen so that you could answer for the Belizean people. I am an advocate for the Belizean people, and they deserve the best that we have to offer as government. So you should listen. Another one, 42B, Madam Speaker, the member from Pigstock would do well to allow me to ask the questions to your Prime Minister. I'd try to save her, you know. Because the Gwen, all I want to Gwen on there, maybe one or two, I don't know, I stay. Huh? No, I think you want to stay, Kyle, so I know I lie to you. No, I'm saying you probably win your seat again. The rest I want to Gwen. No, you win your seat, but you'll be...
Member for Mesopotamia, the opposition. I'm actually saying something. This is where you sit, yeah. I just want to make the point. The 42B works both ways. So let me finish. So when I'm trying to correct members who are interrupting, it doesn't help when you bait that interruption or respond to it. All I ask is for cooperation on that, or else it becomes a bit challenging on my part. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Speaker. So back to staffing, Madam Speaker, which the medical experts have advised that will be to the tune of 20 million per annum. Will there be full-time specialists at this new hospital? Which is a major problem that we have. Will we be able to pay these specialists competitive salaries, Madam Speaker? Again, the medical professionals and experts that I have spoken to say that, you know, this is a slap in the face of our medical people, in particular at KHMH, who can't even get what they're asking for to be able to do their jobs. But no, the government of Belize wants to cut a ribbon, wants to be able to provide a hollow example of some type of delivering on their plan Belize, Madam Speaker. This is not delivering on the promise of better health care services, Madam Speaker. This is not delivering on the promise of restrained borrowing, priority borrowing, Madam Speaker. This is the same old PUP. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
This same man that asked me to lock up John Saldiva. I know you raised this money in his house. You don't want him to go after your head? No, he asked for the great John Saldiva. The same man, he wanted us. We know to do a job because we're supposed to lock up John Saldiva for him. You don't work of art. Madam Speaker, I'm going to try to be kind to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, because he has been, so wrong in so many ways. First of all, I would ask you, I would invite you to meet the NHI group, the committee, so that they could teach you what NHI is all about. NHI, what we're doing through the National Health Insurance is that to relieve the stress that we have on the regional hospitals. If your experts that you are talking to would have told you, probably as much as 80% of the people that go to the regional hospital do not belong in a regional hospital. Many of them have a headache, they have a fever, they want to check their pressure, things that can be done in a clinic. And because of that, you have this congestion in these areas that when you have people that really need immediate attention, they can't get it. So with the NHI, you set up these clinics in different as parts of for instance, in the district, and then they provide the basic services that if you're feeling ill, you go to that clinic. And then once that clinic, then if they believe that you are more serious, then they refer you to the regional hospital. So then the regional hospital is not going to be congested as the way it presently is. So I think you need to sit down with them, and so they could explain all the services that are being provided because of the good management that we've been putting in place for the NHI. When we talk about putting up a new medical facility for the Western Regional or for the West, what we're envisioning is that in effect we're dividing the country into two. That whereby this new hospital is going to be a tertiary level hospital. And by tertiary level hospital, it has a definition. So if you're to speak with your experts will tell you what is the definition. So I will ask you to sit down with them, and they will be able to. Well, I don't know which experts you will talk to begin with, but if you could sit down with people like Dr. Quayer and others, the good doctors, they can explain to you. So we're setting up a tertiary level hospital, not with 110 seats and their beds, but with 150 beds. We're not talking about a building. We're talking about a hospital, a tertiary level hospital. That means something, my friend. It means that you're going to be properly equipped with the necessary equipment that is needed for a tertiary level hospital. I am telling you what it is. You ask, I'm answering you. I mean, I may get tired of listening, but I still end up listening to you. Because you're just on and on about with the build one building. We're not building a building, we're building a tertiary level hospital that will be attached to the University of Belize to address the very same issue that you just talked about, that we don't have enough doctors, we don't have enough technicians, medical technicians, we don't have enough nurses. That is an issue that's affecting worldwide. Not only Belize, the United States. Do you read? Do you watch the news? The United States has a critical, they have a crisis right now because they do not have enough nurses. And what do? They come to countries like Belize and the Philippines. After we don't train them, they give them a contract and they take them to the United States. So we have to be training them over. Right now, we're spending over $1 million. We're training over 90 doctors and nurses right now. So the idea is, we're going to invest $90 million to put up a tertiary level hospital. That's going to be the regional hospital, but at the same time as a tertiary level hospital could provide services for the Kaya district, Stan Creek district, and the Toledo district. So they no longer have to rush all the way to Carl Houston. That's one part of it. That's one part of it. And we ensure that it would have the necessary equipment, and then the short to medium term is then attach a medical hospital, a medical school to it, so that then we could be churning out them as quickly as we possibly can to keep up with the demand. You spoke about, have you been to the Belmopan Hospital? Have you visited the Belmopan Hospital? Have you been there, Honorable Member from Belmopan? It's a disgrace. Exactly. If you would have asked, and that's what we're doing, it can't be repaired. It's a disgrace. And your government spent $600 million of oil money, spent $500 million of our Petro-Caribbean money, and did not see it fit to build a tertiary hospital in the nation's capital. And then you come and say something about it. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should be here supporting this government in such a good initiative. When your government had access to $30 million grant money. And because you are so incompetent, you lose the $30 million that could help us towards building a tertiary level hospital. You should be careful when you talk up here, man. When you spit up in the air, drop on your face. And that's what's happening to you. What is it that's planned for the contribution of the
Madam
KHMH?
Speaker, on a point of order.
What's the point of order?
Being that we're being so stringent on parliamentary language, I equate saying that getting the message through his thick skull, that's no different than spitting up in the air and it landing on your face. I'd just like to bring that to your attention.
My interpretation, he did use face of brass. Continue. Prime Minister, continue.
Here, I mean, a little picnic now. I just want to throw a little thing. That does not faze me.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, the Prime Minister, again, on parliamentary language, I am no Lee Picnic. I am the leader of the opposition.
He didn't say you were. Prime Minister, please continue.
So who was he referring to?
You remind me of one. I didn't say you are one.
He said I reminded him.
There's a difference.
That's...
I mean...
I'm being patient.
Madam
Please have your
Speaker,
seat.
when I am sitting down and saying things, you hear what I have said and you have asked me to withdraw from the House because of what you think you heard me say. And he has just admitted to say that I remind him of a little picnic and you don't find that objectionable?
Leader of Opposition. You have a problem with opposition. Leader of Opposition. I invite you, I have done it before, standing orders. My ruling is final. You have a difficulty with it. There are ways, procedures that you can manage that. What you cannot do is what you keep doing. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If he would have taken his time to go and visit the Bamapan Hospital, he would realize that he probably would have been here condemning the previous government, that they would have allowed the nation's capital, the hospital at the nation's capital, to get in such a deplorable state. It is in such a deplorable state that it cannot be repaired, it cannot be fixed. You have to do it all over again. And that is what we are attempting to do here. Now you are talking as if we are abandoning KHMH. KHMH, Madam Speaker, over the years, over the 30 plus, a little over 30 years, have done, the people at the hospital, the doctors and the nurses, the administrators, everybody have done a remarkable job with what they have. But it has reached its limit. And the country has been growing. When it was built 30 years ago, we had a lot less people than we have today. We had a lot less demand back then than what we have today. Back then we never knew about dialysis, we never knew about CAT scans and all of those things now that modern medicine, that people are demanding about modern medicine. They watch on TV, they read. So that the idea with KHMH is that first of all, we need to ensure that we have another tertiary hospital away from the coastline. Belize City is prone to flooding and hurricanes. So the idea is that if we have a tertiary hospital, a functioning tertiary hospital in Belize, in Bamapan, when a hurricane is threatening Belize City, we can move those patients from there and bring them here in Bamapan, where they're going to be safe during the hurricane. Capiche? Understand? That is the plan, but the medical experts that you spoke did not take the time to explain to you that. So, which one? Only one? Gonzalez? Oh, Gonzalez. The UDP, the one, the medical expert, no? Yeah. So, once we do that, then the idea is that we're still talking to the people of Karl Huchner because it's limited in space. Hospitals are not recommended really to go too high because of access to people. So the idea, the long-term vision is to probably then build another hospital on the south side of Belize City, like around the Lake Independence Boulevard in that area. So that then we have two good hospitals serving the good people of Belize City, the same poor people we talk about, and also the rest of the country, the Rinjoak district and the Belize district. So when you come up here to Sabo, we are building a building. It's an embarrassment to say that because the loan motion is very clear. We're building a tertiary level hospital attached to the University of Belize that will come up with the plans of setting up a medical school, so that then we can be training our people to be able to provide the service to the Belizean people. Madam Speaker, I urge that everyone support this loan motion because it is critically necessary for the people of Belmopan and the entire country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
I'm also not going to eat yet, leader. You're not going to give me a chance to go eat yet? Madam Speaker, this is the Central American Bank, the Central American Bank for, sorry. Oh, yes, Madam Speaker, yes, I'm getting ahead of my time. I seek the indulgence of the Honorable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, CABEI. Amendment number 1 to loan agreements number 1997, 2061, 2054, 2145, and 2295, loan amendment motion 2023. Madam Speaker, I move whereas Belize, being a member of the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, CABEI, is eligible for development assistance in the form of loans, grants, and technical assistance from the bank on such terms and conditions as may be agreed between Belize and the bank from time to time. And whereas the government of Belize has received financial support from the bank throughout the years and currently has 5 loan agreements in execution for the following ongoing projects. 1, loan number 1997, Rural Financing Program from US $1,905,800, signed on 5th June 2009. Loan number 2061, renovation and rehabilitation of the Corozal border post for US $6,167,410, signed on 8th June 2011, loan number 2054, renovation and rehabilitation of the Southern Highway from the trauma dump to Halakte for US $4,500,000, signed on 8 June 2011. Loan number 2147, Belize Integral Security Program for US $30 million, signed on 21st August 2015. Loan number 2295, expansion and rehabilitation of the Philip Coulson Highway for US $24,000, signed 19th October 2022. And whereas the interest rate for these 5 loans agreements signed between the government of Belize and Quebec is currently based on the London Interbank Offered Rate, LIBOR, and whereas the LIBOR interest rate will cease to exist on 30th June 2023 and will be replaced with a secured overnight financing rate, SOFR. SOFR being a broad measure of the cost of borrowing cash overnight collateralized by Treasury securities. And whereas Quebec has informed of its move to adopt this SOFR or the SOFR as its new lending preference rate for the loan portfolio in Belize, and whereas the transaction to this new lending rate will require amendments to the 5 signed loan agreements with Quebec to indicate the following, quote, the LIBOR index will be replaced with a 6-month SOFR plus at 42.826 basis points credit spread adjustment set by Quebec, end of quote. And whereas the government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of a resolution for such amendment, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House being satisfied that this amendment is necessary and in accordance with international best practices, approves and confirms that the government of Belize may enter into amendment number 1 to loan agreements 1997, 2061, 2054, 2147, 2295 with Quebec as set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan amendment agreements and all other documents and agreements connected therewith. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to go into no long explanation of that, but basically, as we said, LIBOR is coming to a close in 2030, in June 2030. There has to be another rating system, and now the new rating system is the SOFR, which is now going to be used by Quebec. And to be able to change, to be able to legally sign on to the new system, we have to bring it to the House for ratification. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is again the Quebec loan amendment number 1 to loan agreements number 1997, 61, 2050, 2061, 2054, 2147, and 2025. Sorry. Loan Amendment Motion 2053. Madam Speaker, I move whereas the government of Belize, through its bilateral program of economic cooperation and development with the government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, requested and received financial support in 2017 from the government of that country for general financing purposes, and whereas the financial support received was in the form of a long-term concessionary loan from the Mega International Commercial Bank Company Limited of the Republic of China, Taiwan, as the principal amount of US $25 million. And whereas the interest rate for this loan agreement signed between the government of Belize and Mega International Commercial Bank Company Limited is currently based on the London Interbank Offered Rate, LIBOR, and whereas the LIBOR interest rate will cease to exist on 30th June 2023, and will be replaced with a secured overnight financing rate, SOFR. SOFR being a broad measure of the cost of borrowing cash overnight collateralized by Treasury securities. And whereas the Mega International Commercial Bank Company Limited has informed the government of Belize of its move to adopt the SOFR as the new lending reference rate for its loan portfolio, Belize. And whereas the transition to this new lending rate would require amending the signed loan agreement with the Mega International Commercial Bank Company Limited to indicate the following, quote, that commencing from 14th August 2023, the borrower shall pay to the lender interest on the outstanding balance of the loan distributed by ways of advances on each interest payment due for the interest periods, then ending at the rate of 6 months term SOFR plus credit adjustment spread of 0.2% and 2.5% per annum. And whereas the government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of a resolution for such amendment, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that this amendment is necessary and in advance with international best practice, approves and confirms that the government of Belize may enter into amendment number 2, the loan agreement to number 025/106001 with the Mega International Commercial Bank Company Limited of the Republic of China, Taiwan, set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan amendment agreement and all other documents and agreements connected therewith. Madam Speaker, this is the same as the previous loans. We're just changing from one lending rate, financing to another one, to another standard. I am grateful that the leader of the opposition went to eat, because we'd have got up to try to debate that we're doing another loan. Well, we're not doing no loan. All we're doing is just changing. LIBOR is coming to an end, and now they're going to use the SOFR system for us to set the interest rates on our loans. This motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honourable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honourable members, it has been agreed that the bill and motion listed below pass this day. 1. Lotteries Control Amendment Bill 2023, and 2. Saudi Fund for Development Tertiary Level Hospital Project in Belmopan, 168,750,000 Saudi Riyals, loan motion 2023. As you are aware, under Standing Order number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. For this to be done, other than by suspension of standing orders, is for me to suspend the sitting to enable the Finance and Economic Development Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the bill and motion. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Finance and Economic Development Committee has concluded its business.
Presentation of reports from committee.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table reports number HR 194/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Lotteries Control Amendment Bill 2023, and report number HR 195/1/13, a report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Saudi Fund for Development Tertiary Level Hospital Project in Belmopan, 168,750,000 Saudi Riyals, loan motion 2023.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize to further to finance a tertiary hospital in the Belmopan area, approves and confirms that the government of Belize may enter into a loan agreement with the Saudi Fund for Development on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan agreement and all other documents associated therewith.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that the Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize to finance a tertiary hospital in the Belmopan area, approves and confirms that the government of Belize may enter into a loan agreement with the Saudi Fund for Development on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan agreement and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
Madam Speaker, this is the motion for the establishment of the Women's Parliamentarian Caucus Standing Committee 2023. Madam Speaker, with your permission, not to repeat the recitals, I move now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House recommends that the House of Representatives standing orders be amended to allow for such caucus to be established as a joint select committee in accordance with Standing Order 78 of the House of Representatives, to sit jointly with a similarly comprised committee from the Senate, as proposed in the draft statutory instrument annexed hereto, which is tabled as sessional paper HR 180/1/13.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House recommends that the House of Representatives standing orders be amended to allow for such caucus to be established as a joint select committee in accordance with Standing Order 78 of the House of Representatives, to sit jointly with a similarly comprised committee from the Senate, as proposed in the draft statutory instrument annexed hereto, which is tabled as sessional paper number HR 180/1/13. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, before I read that, I just want to, I was asked by the Honorable Member from Albert on the changing from the LIBOR to the SOFR. She was asking us a genuine question, a good question, about whether the interest rates is going to increase. The interest rates are not going to increase. It's going to be the same interest that we're paying presently under the present loan agreement. But it's just that that's coming to an end on LIBOR. So that said, Madam Speaker, this is the Credit Union Amendment Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading for a bill for an act to amend the Credit Unions Act, Chapter 314 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendation to provide for the Chief Executive Officer, Senior Executive Officer, and members of the Board of Directors, Supervisory Committee, and Credit Committee to be fit and proper, to provide for publication of sanctions at the discretion of the Central Bank of Belize, to provide for credit unions to comply with all requirements of the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. And Madam Speaker, I went at great length, well, in the introduction to explain the bill. But I just want to make one more slight correction. We did meet with the Credit Union League, and we had, after consultations with them, they were making the point that not all credit unions are equal. You have some of the big ones, and yet you have some very small ones. So they were saying that that recommending, and we agreed with them, to remove the word qualification, so that because it will be very difficult for small credit unions to get persons to volunteer to be on the board of directors or committees if they would require to have certain academic qualifications, actually referring to Section 3(1)(a) in the bill. So that's the only proposed change that we were making and again, it's based on consultation with the Belize Credit Union League. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My comments, Madam Speaker, does not only relate to the Credit Unions Amendment Bill of 2023, but the slew of bills that have been presented in the interest of this audit that will be conducted later this year. We have spent quite a bit of time, Madam Speaker, amending bills to meet the recommendations of the Financial Task Force. Not enough attention is being paid to the institutional strengthening and capacity building of these institutions that are expected to provide the monitoring, the oversight, the enforcement. Because it's not a lack of legislation that we have, in my view, Madam Speaker, but the fact that the legislation that we do have is not being enforced. And so it would be good at some point if a report would be made to this House as to how these institutions are being strengthened and what capacity building mechanisms are being put in place to ensure that we not only have the bills on the books, but that these bills actually function or serve the purpose they're being implemented to serve. The only other comment I had, Madam Speaker, is this issue of consultations. And I know in some cases there have been consultations, and in other cases the consultation has been rather rapid and fast. And so while we have an urgent deadline to make, it is still, I think, relevant for discussions to continue to happen because the bureaucracy is growing. There are layers and layers and layers of bureaucracy in terms of meeting some of these recommendations. And the experts, I know the Prime Minister has said previously that the experts would be made available, but they're so busy working on the legislation that it's very hard to pin them down to ask questions and to get some clarifications on the bill. So I really hope that in the future, Madam Speaker, that these considerations can be taken on and more information can be provided to members of this House. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, the comments made by the Honorable Member from Alberta, they are good comments. And one of the concerns, and I think I've said it before in this Honorable House, Madam Speaker, that it's unfortunate that the OECD or the developed countries, they have a one shoe fit all. And because of the demands that they're making on us when it comes to the issue of on the financial industry, and sometimes I was speaking to one of our prime ministers from the Caribbean. I felt that whenever we find a niche where we can do well, it feels as if the OECD will come and have us locked down. They're coming after us because of the offshore industry, that we have these small industries by comparison, because when you look where the money is being hidden, in the United States, by far, they're by far the largest offshore haven in the world, by far. London, Paris, Switzerland, these are the places where we really find the money with a small change. But yet they're imposing these changes on us, and we have absolutely no other choice but to do it. I remember the previous Prime Minister lamenting over the same thing, because we have no other option but to do what they're asking of us, or else they're going to sanction us, they're going to blacklist us. We're going to have problems with our corresponding banking relations. The few that we have will last about 80% of what we had before, and it will create, it will bring our economy to a standstill. And these impositions on us is causing us millions of dollars, because now we have to hire more lawyers, we have to hire more accountants, and they're not cheap. And in some instances, we have to bring people from abroad to be able to help us. So you are right, Honorable Member from Alberta. Right now we're racing to keep up with the changes that they're asking from us, but at the same time we have to be able to bring in more people to ensure now that the actual implementation. That is why we've just appointed a new director from the FIU, and we believe that she's highly qualified. She's been in the post for about 10 years. She's an attorney and has a good grasp as to what is expected of the FIU and the central bank and all the companies registry. All of them have to be able to start to get ready for these changes. So you're perfectly right, and we just have to do as best as we can with the little that we have. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Credit Unions Act, Chapter 314 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, recommendations, to provide for the Chief Executive Officer, Senior Executive Officer, and members of the Board of Directors, Supervisory Committee, and Credit Committee to be fit and proper, to provide for publication of sanctions at the discretion of the Central Bank of Belize, to provide for credit unions to comply with all requirements of the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Bill for an act to amend the Credit Unions Act, Chapter 314 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the FATF recommendations, to provide for the Chief Executive Officer, Senior Executive Officer, and members of the Board of Directors, Supervisory Committee, and Credit Committee to be fit and proper, to provide for publication of sanctions at the discretion of the Central Bank of Belize,
to provide for credit unions to comply with all requirements of the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Amendment Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Act, Chapter 263 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to provide for the operational independence of the central bank, to have full discretion to take actions and decisions on supervised banks and banking groups, to provide for the publication of sanctions for non-compliance at the central bank's discretion, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Again, Madam Speaker, I had already explained, but just to remind, I just want to make 3 points. This bill sets out provisions to ensure financial institutions are licensed to operate, and that approval of a license is not issued to allow shell banks to be established or to continue to operate. B, allow for the operational independence of the central bank to have full discretion to take actions and decisions on banks and banking groups under its supervisions. And C, allow publication of sanctions imposed for non-compliance with legal obligations at the central bank's discretion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize honourable members. The question is that the bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force, FATF recommendations, to provide for the exchange of information between financial supervisors, to allow for reinforcement of the central bank to ensure financial institutions comply with AML/CFT/CPF international standards, and to avoid any real or perceived conflicts of interest, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to provide for the exchange of information between financial supervisors, to allow for reinforcement of the central bank to ensure financial institutions comply with AML/CFT/CPF international standards, and to avoid any real or perceived conflicts of interest, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I was moving ahead of my time. I went straight to the Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions amendment, but actually we were talking about the Central Bank of Belize amendment. But on 3, Madam Speaker, I move the second reading for the bill for an act to amend the Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Act, Chapter 263 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to provide for the operational independence of the central bank, and to have full discretion to take actions and decisions on supervised banks and banking groups, to provide for the publication of sanctions for non-compliance of the central bank's discretion, and to provide for matters connected therewith, incidental to.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Act, Chapter 263 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, recommendations, to provide for the operational independence of the central bank to have full discretion to take actions and decisions on supervised banks and banking groups, to provide for the publication of sanctions for non-compliance at the central bank's discretion, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Act, Chapter 263 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to provide for the operational independence of the central bank, to have full discretion to take actions and decisions on supervised banks and banking groups, to provide for the publication of sanctions for non-compliance at the central bank's discretion, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the International Banking Amendment Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the International Banking Act, Chapter 267 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to align the definition of a shell bank with the definition of the Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Act and the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to prohibit the licensing of shell banks, to provide for the publication of sanctions for non-compliance at the discretion of the Central Bank of Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the International Banking Act, Chapter 267 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, recommendations, to align the definition of shell bank with the definition in the Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Act and the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, recommendations, to prohibit the licensing of shell banks, to provide for the publication of sanctions for non-compliance at the discretion of the Central Bank of Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the International Banking Act, Chapter 267 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to align the definition of shell bank with the definition in the Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Act and the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to prohibit the licensing of shell banks, to provide for the publication of sanctions for non-compliance at the discretion of the Central Bank of Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Moneylenders Amendment Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Moneylenders Act, Chapter 260 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to increase the central bank's effectiveness in supervising moneylenders by enabling publication of enforcement actions, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Moneylenders Act, Chapter 260 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, recommendations, to increase the central bank's effectiveness in supervising moneylenders by enabling publication of enforcement actions, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Moneylenders Act, Chapter 260 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations to increase the central bank's effectiveness in supervising moneylenders by enabling publication of enforcement actions and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Money Laundering, Terrorism and Prevention Amendment Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations with respect to laws regarding national anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation financing, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force FATF recommendations with respect to laws regarding national anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation financing, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations with respect to laws regarding national anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation financing, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the National Payment System Amendment Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the National Payment System Act, Chapter 266(01) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to provide that payment service providers and agents are licensed or registered to operate, to sanction the operation without a license or registration of payment service providers and agents, to provide for the publication of sanctions for non-compliance by payment service providers and agents, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the National Payment System Act, Chapter 266(01) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force FATF recommendations, to provide that payment service providers and agents are licensed or registered to operate, to sanction the operation without a license or registration of payment service providers and agents, to provide for the publication of sanctions for non-compliance by payment service providers and agents, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the National Payment System Act, Chapter 266(01) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the FATF recommendations, to provide that payment service providers and agents are licensed or registered to operate, to sanction the operation without a license or registration of payment service providers and agents, to provide for the publication of sanctions for non-compliance by payment service providers and agents, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Lotteries Control Amendment Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Lotteries Control Act, Chapter 151 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, I urge every member on both sides of the House to support this amendment.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to make my contribution on these amendments, but also, Madam Speaker, to provide some clarity on what I believe is an intentional act to mislead and to misrepresent some of the facts as it relates to the contract agreement provided to the Brad's Gaming Group. Madam Speaker, for the clarity of the Belizean people, that process took 1 year and 3 months. It was a very thorough process that had the eyes of and the input of the Gaming Control Board, the Auditor General's Office, the Office of the Contractor General, and also, Madam Speaker, the final vetting of that contract agreement was vetted by the Solicitor General's chambers and approved by all these entities. Madam Speaker, the renewal of the gaming contract, the management contract to run the government lotteries was not automatic. In fact, Madam Speaker, the contract agreement that was finalized was far different than the first contract agreement that was provided back in 2010. The terms and conditions were strengthened to ensure that there would be greater transparency and accountability, particularly in the reporting process to the government. The government of Belize, any government, has the right to determine whether or not the lotteries would be managed by itself or managed by a private entity. And when the application was made by the Brad's Gaming Group, limited to the government of Belize back in 2019, Madam Speaker, there was no third-party investor out of Cayman. Like the Belize Airport Concession Company, Madam Speaker, it was a consortium of Belizean investors at the time. So to suggest in this honorable House that there was some kind of clandestine approach to the awarding of this contract is completely untrue and calls into question the integrity of the Gaming Control Board, calls into question the integrity of the Auditor General's Office, calls into question the integrity of the Contractor General's Office, who reviewed the entire process quite clearly. And the Prime Minister said in our last meeting that some of his own members complained about the Contractor General because he was so thorough in his review of contracts and calls into question the Solicitor General's chambers. I sat, Madam Speaker, in the capacity of Minister of State in the Ministry of Economic Development, Petroleum, Investment, Trade and Commerce. And the Gaming Control Board, Madam Speaker, came under my direct oversight. And no member of that Gaming Control Board can ever say that there was any interference, ministerial or otherwise, in the review and the awarding of the Brad's Gaming Group Limited bid to manage the lotteries contract for the government of Belize. While I hear the submissions that have been made by our Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance as to some of the reasons they have opted to reconsider this arrangement, I would like to also urge him and his cabinet to look at other management contracts that require that same kind of oversight and scrutiny, Madam Speaker. I will tell you that the Belize Airport Concession Company contract that was signed on the PUP regime so airtight that it was difficult, near impossible, for us to get greater benefits for the Belizean people. No audits were filed by the Belize Airport Concession Company Group, Madam Speaker, and layers and layers and layers and layers, Madam Speaker, of offshore companies that held various components of that contract. While I sat in the capacity of CEO in the Ministry of Tourism and Civil Aviation, Madam Speaker, the Belizean people were getting $50,000 a year paid to the Belize Airport Authority from that contract agreement. And so, as you have done with the lotteries contract, Honorable Prime Minister, I urge you to look at some of those old-age contracts that still continue to not provide the kind of support that the people of Belize deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, let me start with making this issue very clear. This license was not cancelled out of malice. It was cancelled simply because they have not been complying with the contract that they signed. If they had been following what was required of them, it would have been impossible for us to cancel that contract. But since last year, August, the Lotteries Control Board Commission has been in contact with Brad's Gaming Company, whatever name, it can confuse you. But that Brad's, just for this moment, call it as the Brad Bolido. And they simply refused to comply. They forgot that government changed. In the previous government, as I said, in the first 10 years in government, member of Albert, if you would be clear here, there was no reporting for 10 years. And if you are the Minister of State responsible for that, then probably you should question why is it that your Lotteries Control Board never asked for any reports. There were no reports. There should have been. For 10 years, there was no reports. And now, when we got into government, we then started to ask for reports and started calling them out that they are not complying with the agreement. That is why all of a sudden you gone from $5 million to $50 million in sales. 1,000%, yes. Not like the Belize population grow by 1,000. 1,000%. Yeah. Huh? Yes. So that is the point that I'm trying to make. It was not canceled out of malice. It was simply done because they are not complying with the contract that is signed. The good side to it, Madam Speaker, on the positive side, it is now allowing us, the government, the people of this country, to totally own and control the Bolido for the benefit of the Belizean people. And I also like to make something clear. Again, the member from Albert threw a lot of names to say, like impressive names, that it went through a process. If you look at that report, and the member from Albert can also verify, the then Auditor General did not sign that report. She refused to sign it. You know why she refused to sign it? Because she did it was a travesty. It was a setup from day one. Everybody and the granny may know that Brad's may win that contract. Everybody may know. Of course he may know. Of course he may know. Even the right no man. The second one, the renewal. The renewal, he may know. Everybody may know. It had just gone through the process. When you talk about the Solicitor General, what the Solicitor General simply did, they signed the contract. She reviewed that it's written properly, and then send it back, make them sign. I know, like the Solicitor General is saying, oh, you can't give it to that one for these reasons. So I just showed names to sound as if what they gone through the process. The truth of the matter is that was not properly done. You could ask the then Auditor General, who is still there, the Auditor General at this moment, why is it that she never signed? She did not sign that report when the control board, the Latches Control Board decided to give it to Brad's. There's another company, and I don't want to mention names, and you all might know that who, another young man, right here. He was threatened to pull back his application for the Bolido because he had a better deal than what was provided by Brad's. I said, tell you, the gentleman tell me. Because he come to me, I don't want to mention the name right now. We know who threatened him. Give me a name and I'll whistle for Madam member from Albert.
No names, no names.
The point is that it's all a setup. Everybody knew that Brad's will get this again. And I want to repeat again, we did not cancel this contract out of malice. We canceled the contract because they refused to comply with the requirements of the contract that they signed. And because of that, we are having an opportunity to fix it and for the government to own the complete control and management of the Bolido for the benefit of all Belizeans. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And by the way, if there is any other contract that they're not following, we'll do the same. If the BACC is not following within the contract, we are prepared to do the same. But to talk about the audits, they are required to audit the amount of monies that they collect so that they could pay their percentage to everybody. How they manage the company, that's their problem. There's an audit every year on the amount of revenues that they collect so that they could pay whichever organization they may have to pay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Lotteries Control Act, Chapter 151 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Lotteries Control Act, Chapter 151 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Madam Speaker, this is the Law Revision Amendment Bill. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Law Revision Act, Chapter 3 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to allow for the publication of an interim revised edition of the Laws of Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Law Revision Act, Chapter 3 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to allow for the publication of an interim revised edition of the Laws of Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Law Revision Act, Chapter 3 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to allow for the publication of an interim revised edition of the Laws of Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the Special Prosecutor Bill 2023. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to prescribe matters necessary for the appointment and duties of a special prosecutor who has an independent status within the scope of a specific case in the investigation of crime and institution of public prosecution, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, member from Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I sit in the House Committee that reviewed this matter, and in principle, the opposition does understand the objective that is trying to be accomplished here by the Minister of Home Affairs in having a special prosecutor in the heinous, horrendous crime committed by Corporal Na, or allegedly committed by Corporal Na in this beloved Belmopan city that cost the life of the Ramna Race and Miss Vivian Belize. So we did support, but I would just like to draw to the members' attention some concerns that have come up from the legal community. And member from Freetown, I know why you said a UDP lawyer, that Dickie Bradley, we could call him in. He was on our good friend Jules Vasquez, and he agrees with what I had already been told, albeit belated. I wish I would have had the information before so that we could have discussed it in the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee and brought it to the attention of yourself and the representatives from the AG's ministry. So, Madam Speaker, the issue that we have here is that according to Section 50 of the Constitution, the laws of Belize, the supreme laws of Belize, these powers of the DPP, they cannot be usurped. No one else can appoint a special prosecutor except the DPP. If you go to 50 subsection 3, the powers of the Director of Public Prosecutions under subsection 2 of this section may be exercised by him. I think that should be changed. Constitutional reform, we should have a him or her, in person or through other persons acting under and in accordance with this special instructions. Then it goes on to say, subject to the powers of the Attorney General under Section 42(2) of this Constitution, in exercise of the powers vested in him or her by subsection 2 of this section, the Director of Public Prosecutions shall not be subject to the direction or control of any person or authority. So I am asking, member from Caribbean Shores, I know what it is you want to accomplish, and we support that effort, but this, according to the laws of Belize, has to be done by way of a constitutional amendment. And I know with the FATF, we have done constitutional amendments, even though we have a constitutional reform in train. So these are one of those exigent circumstances that let's do it the right way. I've heard you guys say that on numerous occasions, and we understand the immediate need to have this done, and we would be prepared to support a constitutional amendment. Let's do it the right way, because right now what you're proposing is unconstitutional. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Caribbean Shores, Minister for Home Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. By way of a response, the contribution made by the Leader of the Opposition is noted. However, I would tend to disagree with him, primarily because of the circumstances in which we find ourselves. Yes, ordinarily, the DPP is an autonomous, independent unit, institution, if you will. But in this particular case, the Director of Public Prosecutions has recused herself from this case. Not just herself, but she has indicated her entire office, because she does not feel that there should be even the slightest perception of bias. This particular piece of legislation was also shared with the DPP to see if she had any adjustments that she needed to make, that she wished to make to it. And through consultation, she responded, and those adjustments were made to the legislation. And so where we find ourselves right now, the DPP absolutely has conduct and direction over all cases when it comes to a criminal prosecution, save and except situations of private prosecution, which is also provided for by law. And so, like I said, given the particular circumstances in which we find ourselves, there needed to be a special piece of legislation which we are presenting here today. And we have no objection coming from the office of the DPP, which would be the only body that would challenge such a piece of legislation. And so, yes, I acknowledge that by Constitution, Section 53, I believe, the DPP has the authority to issue a writ of prosecution to another individual, another person to prosecute. But again, that would come under the specific or general instructions of the DPP. And like I mentioned, she has already indicated that her entire office will be recused from this particular case. But again, your contribution is noted, but the Attorney General's ministry has reviewed this matter. There is legislation from other countries that they took into consideration. I think it's Canada, which closely resembles this particular piece of legislation. It wasn't, I don't believe it was an amendment to the Constitution, but rather a special legislation like this one. They reviewed also the Republic of Korea and the United States, all of which provide circumstances as this one where there may be a perception of a conflict of interest. You have a special piece of legislation that allows for the appointment of a special prosecutor. And so in the circumstances, like I said, with which we find ourselves, this is the recommendation coming from the Office of the Attorney General.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to prescribe matters necessary for the appointment and duties of a special prosecutor who has an independent status within the scope of a specific case in investigation of crime and institution of public prosecution. and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no.
Bill for an act to prescribe matters necessary for the appointment and duties of a special prosecutor who has an independent status within the scope of a specific case in the investigation of crime and institution of public prosecution, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the whole House on Bills.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of the whole House to consider the bills that were read a second time. I would like to ask the visitors in the galleries to leave during this portion of the sitting.
Bills for third reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Credit Unions Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Credit Unions Act, Chapter 314 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, requirements of the Financial Action Task Force, FATF recommendations, to provide for the Chief Executive Officer, Senior Executive Officer, and members of the Board of Directors, Supervisory Committee, and Credit Committee to be fit and proper, to provide for publication of sanctions at the discretion of the Central Bank of Belize, to provide for credit unions to comply with all requirements of the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Credit Union Act, Chapter 314 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, recommendations, to provide for the Chief Executive Officer, Senior Executive Officer, and members of the Board of Directors, Supervisory Committee, and Credit Committee to be fit and proper, to provide for the publication of sanction at the discretion of the Central Bank of Belize, to provide for the credit union to comply with all requirements of the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Central Bank of Belize Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, recommendations, to provide for the exchange of information between financial supervisors, to allow for reinforcement of the central bank, to ensure financial institutions comply with AML/CFT/CPF international standards, and to avoid any real or perceived conflicts of interest, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to provide for the exchange of information between financial supervisors, to allow for the reinforcement of the central bank, to ensure financial institutions comply with AML/CFT/CPF international standards, to avoid any real or perceived conflict of interest, to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Act, Chapter 263 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, recommendations, to provide for the operational independence of the central bank, to have full discretion to take actions and decisions on supervised banks and banking groups, to provide for the publication of sanctions for non-compliance at the central bank's discretion, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Domestic Banks and Financial Institution Act, Chapter 263 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations, to provide for the operational independence of the central bank, to have full discretion to take action and decision on supervised bank and banking groups, and to provide for matters connected, to provide for the publication of sanctions for non-compliance at this central bank's discretion, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the International Banking Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the International Banking Act, Chapter 267 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, recommendations, to align the definition of shell bank with the definition in the Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Act and the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, recommendations, to prohibit the licensing of shell banks, to provide for the publication of sanctions for non-compliance at the discretion of the Central Bank of Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the International Banking Act, Chapter 267 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendation, to align the definition of shell bank with the definition in the Domestic Banks and Financial Institution Act and the Financial Action Task Force recommendation, to prohibit the licensing of shell banks, to provide for the publication of sanctions for non-compliance at the discretion of the Central Bank of Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, as abundance of caution on the Credit Unions Amendment Bill, there was an amendment. I don't know if I mentioned it. I did mention it on the third reading, but I never said just now, just said without amendment. I think
No.
I said
No.
with amendment. Huh? Sorry?
No, you're on the International Banking Amendment Bill.
Put on record that there was an amendment for qualification. Okay, good. In close committee, yes, but just now I said without amendment. So I just know with amendments. So just so that nobody afterwards will come back and say, well, we did. Yes. Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Moneylenders Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Moneylenders Act, Chapter 260 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, recommendations to increase the central bank's effectiveness in supervising moneylenders by enabling publication of enforcement actions and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Moneylenders Act, Chapter 260 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendation to increase the central bank's efficiency in supervising moneylenders by enabling publication of enforcement action and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the National Payment System Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without the money laundering. I thought I did that. The money laundering. Ahead of my time. Madam Speaker, I report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Bill and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force FATF recommendations with respect to laws regarding national anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation financing, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendation with respect to laws regarding national anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation financing, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the National Payment System Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the National Payment System Act, Chapter 26601 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force FATF recommendations, to provide that payment service providers and agents are licensed or registered to operate, to sanction the operation without a license or registration of payment service providers and agents, to provide for the publication of sanctions for non-compliance by payment service providers and agents, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the National Payment System Act, Chapter 26601 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendation to provide that payment service providers and agents are licensed and registered to operate, to sanction the operation without a license or registration of payment service providers and agents, to provide for the publication of sanction for non-compliance by payment service providers and agents, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Lotteries Control Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Lotteries Control Act, Chapter 151 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Lotteries Control Act, Chapter 151 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Law Revision Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Law Revision Act, Chapter 3 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to allow for the publication of an interim revised edition of the laws of Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Law Revision Act, Chapter 3 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to allow for the publication of an interim revised edition of the laws of Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Special Prosecutor Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to prescribe matters necessary for the appointment and duties of a special prosecutor who has an independent status within the scope of a specific case in the investigation of crime and institution of public prosecution and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to prescribe matters necessary for the appointment and duties of a special prosecutor who has an independent status within the scope of a specific case in the investigation of crime and the institution of public prosecution and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member from Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I bid a pleasant good evening to the wonderful people of Mesopotamia and offer my condolences to the Galvez family, who I understand is burying Imari today. Madam Speaker, I'd like to speak on the matter of national importance, housing. Housing as a human right, Madam Speaker.
Point of order. That matter was brought up as a form of a question, and I think that the honourable member from Cayo South went at great lengths to explain on the issue of housing. So I don't think he, under the standing orders, should not be allowed to bring this up.
I need to hear what the matter is before I can determine if it's a regurgitation of what has been dealt with. So let me hear the public importance of housing that you want to.
Said housing as a human right.
Yes, I want to hear as you go. 1 second. I want to hear as you go along, and I will determine if it's a regurgitation of what we just had this morning. as that is not allowed.
I asked two specific questions, Madam Speaker, but I thank you
Yes.
for...
Those, I just want to be clear,
I'm
Leader of
not
Opposition.
discussing those two questions.
Correct.
Yes.
So, proceed.
Yes. Madam Speaker, I am bringing this matter to the Honorable House, to the government of Belize, because I have been inundated with requests in my constituency, Madam Speaker, and throughout the country of people with no means, people with means who can't get the attention of the commercial banks or the DFC, Madam Speaker. Most recently, as last week, a single mother texted me and said, please, they're kicking her out of her residence and she needs a piece of land and a house. How could I help her? And I can't, Madam Speaker. But this government...
Again,
can you...
This is the very point that the Minister of Infrastructure Development and Housing went to great lengths to explain the program that they have presently.
What is the point of order? What is the point of order?
That you cannot speak on a matter that you've already spoken to. You asked a question on that? Yes.
Members.
Relax.
Housing is a human right. That's what I want to talk about. You get historical context all the time when you presentations.
Leader of Opposition, I have to hear the point of order and then I make a determination. Mr. Prime Minister, I have to hear. If I hear that this goes into the responses that have already been given by the Minister of Housing, then I will interject and then ask the member to sit, because indeed that would have been answered. Your matter of national public importance is housing as a human right. Therefore, you must be able, in your contribution, express what you mean by housing as a human right. What you are not to do, for the abundance of clarity, is to ask, how is the program being administered? It has already been addressed. If it goes down that line, Leader of Opposition, Member for Mesopotamia, I will then have to ask you to take your seat.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't have any questions for the member from Cayo South or the government. I have a vision, and I have demands, and I have historical context as to why housing is a human right. So just be democratic people and listen. Listen to what the people want. I asked a question earlier, 2 questions, and now I am giving you some housing solutions. Don't be afraid. Madam Speaker, again, this is not an opposition opinion, Madam Speaker. It is our policy. But this comes from the United Nations, Madam Speaker, where adequate housing was recognized as part of the right to an adequate standard of living in Article 25 of the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights, in Article 11.1 of the 1966 International Convent on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, Madam Speaker. This is the United Nations. Housing, Madam Speaker, is not something that we don't deserve. Belizeans deserve shelter. And I was trying to give the member from Cayo South some credit because he said he's passionate about it. So here my passion. My passion, Madam Speaker, is that housing is the basis of stability and security for all Belizeans, whether it is an individual or a family, Madam Speaker. Housing is the center of our social, emotional, and sometimes economic lives. It should be a sanctuary, our place to live in peace and dignity, Madam Speaker. And all Belizeans, not 10,000, but all Belizeans, Madam Speaker, deserve access to affordable housing. Not a false promise of 10,000 homes, but a real housing policy, Madam Speaker, where every single Belizean with income can get a mortgage, with free housing reserved for those unemployed living on the margins below the poverty line, Madam Speaker. PUP governments historically have done very little to provide housing solutions for Belizeans, Madam Speaker. And this Ministerial administration is no different. So I am trying to encourage them to leave a legacy. Leave a legacy, Prime Minister. I know you're a multimillionaire. I know Kaya South, you got as maybe not as much as Diddy, but you have a few millions. But what are we here for as members of the House? What is it that we want to leave behind? So I agree, you deserve more money in the Ministry of Housing so that we can have a robust housing industry so that all Belizeans can have access, Madam Speaker. But you see, they say when goat gets stick, then ball. You know, rather than the Prime Minister listen and see where it is the opposition is coming from and how maybe they could incorporate our views into their housing policy, he wants to silence me, Madam Speaker. I'm always taken aback and floored when this Prime Minister and his Minister of Housing come to this House and try to pretend, try to offer themselves as these champions of housing solutions, Madam Speaker. And they do not come close to the stellar record of the Barrow administration, the Barrow UDP administration, Madam Speaker. Yes, you like to talk about facts. I'm going to give you some facts right now and show you what we have done to ensure housing as a human right, Madam Speaker, the efforts that we have taken and what we would like to see happen, Madam Speaker.
I was just going to ask you to please rein this in
yes,
your
Madam Speaker.
Why the matter of public importance is that the government should treat housing as a human right.
That's a very significant
I am
matter,
making sure that
Madam
that's
Speaker.
your matter of
that
public importance.
That is what I am doing, and I plead that you allow me the latitude to give context as you do the other members of the House, Madam Speaker.
This is a specific section of the procedures. It's Standing Order 13. You know, when I speak, you're supposed to sit down. Thank you. So Standing Order 13 is a matter of public importance. I have asked, because of experience in the past, members, that you state what your matter of public importance is. Once I hear that, then I will be able to follow in your contribution if indeed you are doing that, contributing to that. That's all. Continue.
Guided, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Again, the Prime Minister should listen and to relieve himself of the hubris and the insolence when in this House chastising the Barrow UDP administration, because you could learn a lot from the UDP when it comes to housing solutions, Madam Speaker. Because what could be a healthy debate, what could be a healthy discourse, Madam Speaker, and lead to productive actions by the government will never happen, because you continue to act with insolence and pretend that you are doing something when you are really doing nothing, Madam Speaker. In the 2.5 years since you've been in government, you've borrowed about $700 million. And where are your 10? Well, I'm not going to ask the question. You have not been able to deliver on the 10,000 houses. You have not been able to deliver on this passion that you claim you have. 200 houses will not help anyone. We need a housing policy to create a housing industry so that all Belizeans who do not own homes can have either access to financing, and those who do not have the income to support that can get affordable housing or free housing, Madam Speaker. Let me tell you what we did again to lend to an environment that would allow the human right of housing to come to fruition, Madam Speaker. Upon getting elected in 2008, $20 million. $20 million. No, I'm giving you the history so that you can find the history. $20 million for housing, Madam Speaker, of the $136 million that we spent in the 13 years of the Barrow UDP administration when they tried to come in this house and lie and talk about moral authority, Madam Speaker. We have all the moral authority. The UDP has done the most for securing housing as a human right in this country of all governments, Madam Speaker. $20 million. I, the member from Corozal North, the member from Alberts, the member from Collett, has not gotten one house. One house, Madam Speaker. But in...
Members, 42B, I will humbly request on the government side. 42B, please. 42B. Leader of Opposition, continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. $20 million for housing distributed in 2008 to the 31 area representatives over there, Madam Speaker. That is $645,000 per constituency given to the area representatives on both sides, unlike the disgraceful record that this government has, where not even one of us have gotten one house, and the house is not for us. Hugo Pat no need a house. Patrick, the member, sorry, Madam Speaker, the member from Corozal North doesn't need a house. The member from Alberts doesn't need a house. I don't need a house. The people in our constituency need a house. Member from, you weren't here, member from Kayoso, but member from Leka, you got that 645. You got that 645. I'm disappointed the member from Fort George is not here, because his father, who was arrested for stealing the same $20 million that we gave out for housing, he used the money to pay for a debt for UHS. He still got his $645,000 for housing, Madam Speaker, because it was not about him. It was about the people that he represents. You, member from Orange Walk Central, you were the Deputy Prime Minister then. You got your 645. Again, we still, you got it from the $20 million that the Venezuelans gifted to Belize, Madam Speaker, that the then Prime Minister Said Musa diverted. He was arrested for stealing. He beat the case, but the money was diverted as a matter of fact, Madam Speaker. All of them that were there at the time, the member from Corozal Southeast, you get your 645,000. There are not too many of you. Francis, sorry, member from Freetown, you got your 645, Madam Speaker. And in addition to that, Madam Speaker, $52 million in mortgages were written off in 2011, Madam Speaker, for at least 10,000 homes, Madam Speaker. That is the record of the UDP. When you try to come in here and pretend and pontificate that you are some paragons of a housing revolution that is stillborn, that has not come to fruition, Madam Speaker. $17 million in mortgages were again written off in 2012, Madam Speaker. Another $2 million in the same year from DFC, and we have the $5.2 million for the OPEC Southside Poverty Alleviation, Madam Speaker. Again, the petulance of this PUP government, Madam Speaker, is outrageous and shocking, and I would just hope, Madam Speaker, that rather than pretend to be something that they are not, they truly embrace housing as a human right and find a way so that all Belizeans can have either access to financing at the DFC. There's no reason that a single mother should go to the DFC, go to the National Bank, and they don't try to help her. They don't try to give her a mortgage. Policy. That's the policy we need to see implemented, Madam Speaker, so that we can secure the passion of the member from Kaya South to see this human right that we all have. This human right that he champions. Let's see it come to fruition. It's not going to come to fruition with that $5 million that the Prime Minister is giving you per annum. That is not enough. Let's create a housing industry. There are people in this country, business people, that would be prepared to invest. Let's look at this from a holistic, comprehensive viewpoint, Madam Speaker, and secure this human right, Madam Speaker. We invested $136 million. Let's see what you will do, Mr. Prime Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Minister of Housing.
Madam Speaker, good afternoon. I was happy because I thought I would be going home without any controversy, and my good friend over there kept us back. Where do I start without repeating myself?
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I thank him for following our lead. I thank him for understanding that housing is a human right. He's just a false prophet, so instead of helping us, he hurts us by uttering his words.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, insulting words are not allowed in the standing order, Madam Speaker. Calling me a false prophet is an insult, Madam Speaker.
I had more colorful adjectives, Madam Speaker, and I did the best I could.
I'm not taking the point of order. It's, members, please understand that I have done, any speaker, when they get it, ought to, as I have done, and I would hope others in the past have done, look through those records, because that is what establishes precedents. We may disagree with some of it, but there tends to be a trend. If I were to follow what was allowed and determine that 90% of it should be disallowed, I'm not quite certain what members would be saying in this House. It is a balancing. I try to do my darndest in balancing some of the local nuances, but at the end of the day, members, I'm the one that will determine if it's allowed or not. Thank you. Minister for Housing, please continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I said, I am acting in the most honorable way that I possibly can. What is the difference, Madam Speaker? The Prime Minister and the government of the People's United Party has a plan. We are building homes for impoverished people that cannot afford to go to a lending institution to be able to get a loan to build a house. Am I right in saying that, sir? We are not dreaming it. We are not saying lies about it. We are doing what the people put us here to do. That it is not as accelerated as a large amount of us on this side would like it to be. That's a fact. That we have hope that it will be accelerated, so it is financed more. I believe it will definitely happen. That We are not interfering with the lending institutions when it comes to mortgages for people that can afford it. We have not done so. We are not competing with the private sector. We are not competing with the lending institutions. We have made it clear. This is a starter home. It is designed for people that will never, ever, ever have an opportunity for shelter. You might not fully understand it because you have shelter over your head. I don't know if you own your house or you rent your house, but you have shelter. The people that we are addressing, Madam Speaker, do not have, and that's why I have problems when I speak to ministers, when I speak to bankers, when I speak to attorneys, and people of wealth that do not appreciate or understand why this social program is so important. They cannot even imagine that somebody can't go to the bank and get a loan. You know what they say? That not run through their head. But it is a reality. It is a reality in the south side of Belize. It's a reality in the north side of Belize. It is definitely a reality in the rural areas of this country. We have experienced tears. We have experienced people kneeling down and praying to the Lord above because they have one house to call a home. I am not ashamed that we have been able to provide 391 houses. It is 391 families that don't have to worry about shelter. And Cabinet gets annoyed with me every Tuesday because I am as passionate in Cabinet as I am here and I am on the ground. It is the same Julius Espat fighting for the people that can't provide housing for themselves. I think the boss get tired of me. And I will continue to do so. You, sir, will never ever get in my head because we are doing what we believe is right. The hurricane victims from Lisa, we are doing what we can to eventually provide shelter for them at the Blackberry Ridge project. There is absolutely no shame in that. Those mortgages that you said that your father did, write off. We have in Mahogany Heights right now, I don't know how many, 200 that the write-off didn't help them because they still don't have title to those properties because they were abandoned. You know why your father had to write off those projects? Because the PUP housing projects were abandoned for 13 years. There was absolutely no infrastructure, no road, no drainage, no light, no water, no intent to do anything but destroy them. Unlike this government where I am working with your contractors to make sure that they are efficient. We didn't fire them. We put them to work. We didn't stop the highway projects that you guys implemented because we are a mature government. We're not bad-minded, you understand me? We're not egotistic, you understand me? That's why Mr. Finnegan, they contact me for I know that the people they ask for go back to mess up. I know why now. Go ask your uncle if they know they ask for go back to mess up. Go ask him, and he will tell you the truth. I know more about your area than you know more yourself. Rebut me if you think I am wrong. Madam Speaker, $700 million, and when I said a false prophet, it is based on lies. You can't come to this house and say that this honorable gentleman and that honorable gentleman received $645,000 when it is a lie. That justifies me saying a false prophet.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, again, the
What is
member
the
is
point of
calling
order?
me a liar. He's saying that I lied.
No, he's not calling you a liar. He said the statement that you made was a lie.
Oh,
Please
so-
have a seat.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Check the records of past. That's not.
So, what is the legacy of the United Democratic Party when it pertains to housing? I'll go back. I was a young man in high school. That I'm going back? No, I can't say a lie because we had trailer homes. Well, you mean a jail, so you don't know if they had trailer homes.
Members,
You mean they had jail.
members, have a seat, please. Hi, member for Kaya South and leader of opposition, member for Mesopotamia. I will say this, and it will be the last time I say it. You, member for Mesopotamia, leader of opposition, 42B. I recognize you don't agree with my ruling. I want you to know that's okay. What you're not to do is to abuse 42 for compliance with 42B. Member for Kaya South, Minister of Housing, I will ask you, since it's on the record, I will reuse your word if you allow me. Don't let a member get into your head. Please just answer please provide a response to the government's treatment of housing as a human right. That's the matter of public importance.
I need you to help me for future reference, Madam Speaker. Are we allowed to speak the truth? Because that... No, I mean, I follow instructions. Yeah.
Member, leader of opposition, I heard it and others heard it. Are you going to retract that statement? You retract that statement. Are you prepared to make the apology for that statement? All right. If I hear another, you have done this before. The statement is retracted. I have heard it. You were not on your mic. That is unbecoming of any parliamentarian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a truth. In the 80s, and I will clarify. I'm not sure if it's the 80s or if it's the 90s, but I'm going back quite a bit, so I don't remember correctly. In the 80s or 90s, when the UDP was in government, the minister at the time was Hubert Elrington. The Marquis project, the most beautiful housing project that you could have thought of was trailer homes. That's a fact. You have some carcasses still in the city at the moment. During the tenure of the last administration, the legacy was plywood homes, where families burnt to death. That's a fact, and that's the truth. That is your legacy. Now, when a prime minister came in and said, oh, I'm a write-off this, I'm a write-off, he never write off land tax. The write-off, it's the most, it takes no brain to do something like that. It's just a political gimmick right before an election. We have started a program from below zero. We have created an administration where there was none. We have brought a ministry that was non-existent into something that we are now debating and everybody out there is speaking of. That is why it hurts them, Madam Speaker. That is why on the adjournment, he is following what we are saying, because that's what a performer does. He follows. He performs. That is the nature of the beast. They cannot stand on credible ground. They do not know how to design a foundation. They don't even understand. And when I mean foundation, I'm not talking a concrete foundation for a house. I am speaking the foundation of what it means to be a leader. the foundation of what it means to have credibility, the foundation to be somebody of substance. That they don't have a clue with, Madam Speaker. So what do? They attack a credible program. They try to use the words that they hear and adopt it as their own. That's the definition of a performer. The curtains open and you rap.
Speaker, on a point of order, the standing orders make it clear that repetition and irrelevance are not allowed, Madam Speaker. I was speaking on human rights, and all we have here are continued subtle personal attacks, Madam Speaker. Get to what the policy is on your human rights.
So, in conclusion, Madam Speaker, our policy on human rights is that we are building starter homes for the impoverished people that cannot build it for themselves or cannot go to a lending institution to get a loan to build it. We are proud to say at this point it is 391 homes. That is 391 families that did not have an opportunity before. We are proud to say that it will be much more as time comes. And the more you open your mouth and the more you express your feelings, we will get more money to build more houses for more people. Thank you very much, sir.
I recognize the member for Dangriga.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to raise an issue of national importance on the status of our citrus industry. The citrus industry is partly in the Dangriga constituency, as you all would know. The CGA headquarters is in Hope Creek. And so this is very important to the people of my constituency. We want to make some clarifications of what we have heard recently in the news about a very gloomy assessment of the citrus industry, and that other industries may be necessary to replace it. We certainly are very pleased to hear about other suggestions such as bamboo, etc. And we believe that definitely those would be welcome to further diversify our economy. Recent declines we've seen, indeed, in the industry have been caused by the citrus greening disease. This was before COVID. And then recently, with COVID, we've had problems with labor supply, further exacerbating the situation. And then, with the high cost of inputs created by the Ukraine war, we've had another challenge to the farmers in the industry. Over the years between 2005 thereabout and presently, we've seen the acreage fall from about 60,000 to about 20,000 today. In 05-08, citrus and sugar, just for comparative purposes, had about 60,000 acres. Citrus had actually been contributing about $100 million in foreign exchange. And anybody can go back and see the records on that. I'd like to point out that when greening came in around 2006, 2007, I want to give a comparison with what occurred in Costa Rica compared to what occurred here in Belize. In Costa Rica, the government responsibly came in and assisted the citrus industry that had about 8,000 acres, Mr. Speaker, about 8 million boxes being producing with about 60,000 acres as well, about the same size of the Belize industry. And that government, having a good understanding of what private sector does and of the importance of ensuring that these industries remain vibrant because they bring in so much foreign exchange, because they employ so many people, did what they had to do. And today, there has been no fall in the production in Costa Rica. In fact, they have actually grown. Anybody can go and check the records on that as well. The people in the citrus industry are very grateful to Prime Minister Briceño, to our Minister of Agriculture, for putting in place supports such as loans for small and medium-sized farmers at the DFC, for supporting the people in the area. I will say very clearly, Mr. Speaker, that the other social supports for our people, where because we've seen a higher level of unemployment because of the decline of the industry, has been significant to the quality of life of our people. We have seen 5 families receive new houses in our constituency. Now, if you know a little bit of math, the difference, the percentage increase from 0 to 5 is infinity percent. You can't find a number to put there in terms of the percentage growth, because there was 0 and now there are 5. And our Minister of Housing, along with my great colleagues in Cabinet, have made it very clear that we will continue this very important support for our people in the citrus belt. We've also received support with land from our Deputy PM and the Ministry of Natural Resources, and both the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Sustainable Development are now helping with the revitalization of ANRI, so that now we can include programs in citrus and other crops that will be developed in the diversification of the area. We see passion from the cane farmers, for example, when they're defending their interests. They go out there. In fact, members in this house from both sides have stood up passionately about defending their industry. Well, we are very proud that there are farmers in our area that have also stood up because of the love for the citrus industry. So recently, over 700,000 trees have been planted. That equates to over 4,700 acres of new plants that have gone into the ground. And this planting continues. That is love for the industry. If you don't have people who love something, then it will certainly die. But as the area representative for Dangriga, Sarawi, and Hope Creek, I am very, very pleased to say that our farmers are stepping up and that we're receiving the support from this Briceño administration. Mr. Speaker, the diversification that's occurring in our area will see and has already seen the beginning of new plantings in pineapples, new plantings in coconuts, interest in soursop and other fruits that CPBL will now be processing, so that CPBL evolves now from a citrus-only juice producer to an array of juices. Investments are being made for a very strong rebound, Mr. Speaker. And I want to close by touching on the world market. You can go and check the records and you will see that the largest U.S. producing state is Florida for juice citrus. And there's been a steady decline in the acreage in that state. Therefore, overall, especially in our region, the supply of citrus in North America in the Caribbean has been consistently going down. But demand is strong. Demand is very strong, especially in our CARICOM region. And interestingly, after COVID, many people began to recognize the health benefits of citrus products, oranges, grapefruits, limes, etc. So the forecast for prices for citrus is very strong. And so I wanted, as the area representative for Dangriga, Sarawi, and Hope Creek, to share with this honorable house, with my honorable colleagues, that we have people working very hard, investing, complementing the facilitation of Prime Minister's support, and that together we are very confident that the citrus industry will have a bright future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, just to...
I recognize the...
Thanks. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to put on record the support that our government has for the citrus industry. It's one of the important industries in this country. And unfortunately, it was abandoned for the past 13 years. It went from a high of 8 million boxes per year to right now we're probably maybe at 1 million. And I think it's gross negligence on the part of the previous government that did nothing to try to fix it. But that's the problem, that they do not understand the challenges of our people that live in the rural areas. When you have the leader of the opposition come all of a sudden, he talks about worrying about the rural areas. If the previous government was worried about the rural areas, they would have done like what Costa Rica did, invest in the industry so that they could save it and for it to be able to continue to grow. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on a matter of public importance, and that is the fleecing, Madam Speaker, of Social Security funds. Madam Speaker, I consider myself a hard-working Belizean and also a law-abiding Belizean. And I stand in this honorable house on behalf of hard-working men and women in the Albert Division who are law-abiding. They don't have an option, Madam Speaker, whether or not they will make a contribution to the Social Security Fund. They are mandated by law to make their contributions to the Social Security Fund. And if they opt out, the penalties are severe and the interest rates accumulate daily, Madam Speaker. So you can imagine the outrage when an announcement was made yesterday that the Social Security Board was gifting to the government of Belize $500,000 for the repair of the Supreme Court. Renovations and repair caused to the Supreme Court by Hurricane Lisa. Now, I am not saying, Madam Speaker, that those repairs are not absolutely necessary, but it is not the function of the Social Security Board, Madam Speaker, to be using the contributions of hard-working Belizeans to give to the government. It blows my mind, quite frankly, Madam Speaker, particularly since the Prime Minister has stood up in this House on more than one occasion and have spoken about the rebound of our national economy. We're doing so well. We're growing by 12%. The fact that the Prime Minister has said that all productive sectors of our economy, Madam Speaker, is doing far better post-COVID versus pre-COVID. Madam Speaker, we live in a real society, and the hard-working men and women in my community, they take lick. They're finding it very hard to put food on the table. That's a reality, Madam Speaker. They're finding it very hard to keep their children in school. That's a reality, Madam Speaker. They're finding it very hard to access adequate health care. That's a reality for the people who live and work in the Albert constituency, as I'm sure in many other constituencies throughout this country. And if you think it's hard for them to provide the basic needs of their family, it's even harder, Madam Speaker, for them to get access to the benefit programs offered by the Social Security Board. Sickness benefits, Madam Speaker, maternity benefits, disability benefits, invalidity benefits, death benefits, Madam Speaker. I will speak to one because she was one of the constituents who called me last night at 11 p.m. Mrs. Cymbalin Waters, Madam Speaker, of Jump Street. She was a part of the non-contributory pension program offered by the SSB, $100 a month. Her great-granddaughter decided to gift Miss Cymbalin with a vacation. And while she was out for that month, Madam Speaker, she missed the application where every 6 months you have to verify that you're still alive. And she missed the deadline by a few weeks. And when she came back from that vacation, Madam Speaker, she went in to SSB because, of course, she didn't get her pension contribution of the $100. And she was interviewed why she had not submitted her application or verification on time. And she explained that she had gone with her great-granddaughter on a vacation, Madam Speaker. 2 weeks after that event, Social Security visited with her at her home, and the non-contributory pension was cancelled. Madam Speaker, we have a taxi driver on Prince Street. He lost a limb in an accident and has not been able to get his disability benefit from Social Security because he needs a doctor to confirm that he actually lost a limb. Madam Speaker, I'll give you one more example of a teacher who had a brain hemorrhage and had to be put off from work and has to sit before a medical board to determine whether or not these benefits will be paid to her. The mandate of the Social Security Board, Madam Speaker, is to invest the contributions made by hardworking men and women of this country to ensure that when they need to access these benefits, that the monies are available. Already, the investment community, the investment board or committee of Social Security has shown that they are prepared to invest in some dubious projects. Let us not forget Pharmacy Express, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Health himself had to intervene so that that $7 million loan to a pharmacy who was selling Viagra would not proceed. So, Madam Speaker, while I suppose the SSB wishes to be a good corporate citizen, I am imploring the Prime Minister of this country, Madam Speaker, and his cabinet to say thank you, but no thank you. Those monies ought to be invested, Madam Speaker, in the welfare and well-being of those men and women who do not have an option. They must pay, and they must make their contributions monthly and on time. $500,000 should not be much for an administration that claims to be growing our national economy by double digits, Madam Speaker. It is outrageous that this could even be contemplated at a time like this. The workers of this country deserve better, Madam Speaker, and I hope that both the Social Security Board and the government of Belize will reconsider this gift to renovate the Supreme Court. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I don't know where the honorable member from Albert was for the past, when was she first elected, 2015, 2012? Because what she is talking about right now has always been happening. Nothing new has changed. The non-contributory pension is a scheme that was started by the PUP. And it is under the UDP that they started to cut that scheme, that assistance for poor people. But then it never bothered her because only the people that know the PUP that they cut out of the system. Now that is sitting close to home, all of a sudden she is concerned. Why is it that Social Security has been cutting this? This non-contributory pension scheme has been, they have been cutting it from way back under the UDP. And now they have the nerve to come and tell you about it. When she was in the cabinet, did she ever raise that matter? Did she come to this house and call out the then Prime Minister and say, why are you cutting this money from the poor people? But no, she don't have nothing to say then. No, she has a lot to say. Of course we want to help as many people as we can. When she talked about the man that was hurt, I am sure, I have no evidence to say that it is not so. But she also knows that you have to go in front of a medical board. Nothing has changed. That has been happening when you are in cabinet, when you are part of the executive. Did you question it at that time? Did you come to this house and go after Social Security because they're taking too long to pay invalidity for people, for workers that have gotten hurt? Of course you didn't. But now you come to this house now, all of a sudden, with a different perspective. If you had done it then, and you come back here and do it again, I'd have a lot more respect for you to come and bring this up. If we can do it faster, of course we want to, we should. But I don't interfere. I do not interfere in the workings of the Social Security Board. They are an independent board. Unlike the UDP, that had lone UDP cronies there, having meetings every week for them to collect $1,000, we don't do that. Because I would not allow that. And the chairlady would not allow such behavior to happen. Because back then, that board, it was a big hustle for them. Every month they come for a meet, every week they come for a meeting for an hour and they collect $1,000. I did not hear you come to the house to condemn that, but now you come here now to pontificate in this National Assembly. You also know, Madam Lady from Albert, that this non-contributory pension committee is chaired by Canon Flowers. Have you spoken to Canon Flowers? Did you ask him why? You know him. Everybody knows Canon Flowers. He has been the chairman of this committee from the day it started. Did you sit and talk to him to find out what is going on? Why is it that this person or this individual was cut out? But when they cut out the PUP, it be good. No problem. I don't know the lady, and I'm not questioning whether the lady needs the money or not. The point is that when we had countless poor people, because they were suspected to be PUP or being cut out of the system, not once you come to this honorable house and call out for these people. The point is, Madam Speaker, that every year, Social Security sets aside a certain amount of money that can be used for projects. They do that, they give donations to parks, they give donations for different charities and stuff like that. Every year that money is set aside. This time, because of Hurricane Lisa, but if you remember, it was same Lisa Schumann then that went to court on Channel 7, Lisa to Lisa, no sure? Was same Lisa Schumann who was then the judge who went and showed pictures that the roof was leaking. That leak never happened under the PUP. That happened way before under the UDP government. But they now find the money for go and fix it. If they would have fixed it, who knows? Maybe would not have to be able to spend about $3 million to fix that building. But because of you are not doing your work and ensuring that we could protect the government buildings, now we have to spend a lot more money. So the government decided to ask for assistance because we don't have enough money. We had a hurricane that we did not program for. We lost tens of millions of dollars. And yes, the economy is going, thank God that the economy has been growing, that we've managed to get monies quickly to help people and get them back on their foot. Thank God that the economy was working, that we managed to get monies for housing to help people and to put up the electricity and fix the streets and help people that are in desperate need. But we've never said that our coffers are overflowing. We've always realized that we have to constantly be watching how we spend government money. So in this instance, we approached Social Security, we asked them for help. We want more than that. But they said, no, that's all they could afford to help us with $500,000. And that's what they're doing, to help us to fix a historical building that if you all may take care of it, we never probably have to spend so much money on the hurricane because of Hurricane Lisa. In no instance do I get any satisfaction when we remove poor people of the non-contributory pension that the PUP set up. But we have no control over it. We don't even know who they take off and who they put on. The very same person that was there under the UDP, Canon Flowers, is still there as the chairman of that committee. She also knows, the honorable member from Albert, that for you to get medical disability benefits, you have to go in front of a medical board. Can they go faster? I would wish they can go faster. But you have to go through a system. Because there are certain unscrupulous persons, and I'm not in any way suggesting the person that you talk about does not deserve it. But there have been many cases where people come with fabricated cases that all of a sudden they can't work because they want a pension. We have to ensure that we can protect the pension and the monies that belong to the Belizean people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Corozal North. One.
It's not working. Madam Speaker, I would like to raise a matter of urgent national importance, and it has to do with the sugar industry. Madam Speaker, I will refer to the decision by government to issue $1 million worth of fertilizer assistance to the Belize Sugarcane Farmers Association. In principle, we are in full support of this, Madam Speaker, and at no point in time are we saying that there is anything wrong with issuing any assistance, particularly to the agro-productive sector. Where this becomes an issue, Madam Speaker, is when you decide to favor one over the other. I noted the explanation given by government that the Belize Sugarcane Farmers Association had not gotten the premium of fair trade funds for 2 years. On the basis of that knowledge which they had gotten, they decided to issue $1 million worth of fertilizers to the members of the Belize Sugarcane Farmers Association. Probably if the government had gone a bit deeper into their research, Madam Speaker, they would have noted that at the time that 1,799 members, registered cane farmers, decided to move away from the Belize Sugarcane Farmers Association and join 3 other Sugarcane Farmers Association, that in that particular year, they relinquished their membership as part of the Belize Sugarcane Farmers Association to join their own. In doing so, Madam Speaker, automatically they lost the access to fair trade funds, which the then Belize Sugarcane Farmers Association and the membership then shared amongst themselves. They lost 1 year of premiums on fair trade. If we are to consider the fact that they lost 1 year of fair trade premium funds and the Belize Sugarcane Farmers lost 2 years, why then does this administration decide to give one association $1 million worth of fertilizers and not give the other 3 associations, namely the Progressive Sugarcane Growers Association, which has 812 members, the Corozal Sugarcane Producers Association, which has 576 members, and the Northern Sugarcane Growers Association, which has 411 members. In total, Madam Speaker, we're speaking about 1,799 members. Call it 1,800. A decision that, in my opinion, is arbitrary has a lot of consequences. While I fully understand that you might want to support this association because the BSCFA, because they have not gotten fair trade funds, is the message that we're sending to the other association be one in which you're telling them, look, because you are compliant, because you are doing everything that you have to do under the fair trade standards, because you're doing the right things and you have remained compliant and you're getting the funds, it means that this administration will not give you any sort of assistance. And I just heard the member from Dangriga making his presentation about the citrus farmers for Dangriga. Are they not worthy as well of getting $1 million of assistance for in the form of fertilizers? Madam Speaker, this is a slap on the face to those 1,800 farmers who are not getting that assistance. And I make a call on government that just as they could have found $1 million for one association, they can equally find $1 million for the other 3 associations. And why not find monies to be able to assist our citrus farmers, monies to be able to assist our shrimp farmers, monies to be able to assist our vegetable farmers, our ladies that produce mostly honey. Why do we not find monies so that we can be able to assist particularly those small cash crop farmers? Are they not worthy of getting any assistance from this government? And so, Madam Speaker, while in principle we support any assistance given to the farmer, we condemn the fact that you will be practically discriminating registered sugarcane farmers because of X reasons and favoring only one. Mr. Prime Minister, you're from the north. You know that sugarcane farming is a very, very, very intensive industry. It is one, like all other agro-productive industries, that is taking a hit when it comes to inputs. Never have we seen in the history of the cost of production any hike as we have seen now, Madam Speaker. We're speaking about a game changer in terms of what farmers have to do in order to be able to produce a good that is out there reasonable for consumers to be able to purchase. Right now, Madam Speaker, sugarcane farming is a struggle. People are taking a lick. And this is not only for sugarcane farmers, it's for the entire sector of the agro-productive sector of our society. So, Mr. Prime Minister and Cabinet, I would like for you guys to consider rethinking your position. While the BACFA is getting their $1 million, I am certain that $1 million for the Belize, for the Progressive Sugarcane Producers Association, the Corozal Sugarcane Producers Association, the Northern Sugarcane Growers Association, and the entire agro-productive sector would go a long way. And so I would like to put this on record, Madam Speaker, that we register our concern on one association getting a particular favoritism, and we ask for this government, for this administration, to be fair and to be equitable to all farmers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I wish, again, when they come and speak like this here, all of a sudden they have all the answers. I wish he'd have gotten up when he was sitting on this side, when the previous government offered help to the cane farmers when there was a drought. They promised the government, the farmers, they were going to get monies. Remember, Brother Florencio? How much they get? Nothing. Zero. All of a sudden, he's concerned about the cane farmers. When they were looking at the issue of the sugar roads, every year we come and ask for sugar roads, when they give with like $200,000. Then here I come and talk about sugar roads when we have spent millions of dollars trying to fix it. If you would have, and I have more respect for them, Madam Speaker, if he would have been getting, he would have come to this National Assembly when he was on this side to get up and said, Prime Minister, we need help for the cane farmers. We need sugar roads. The farmers will go through a hard time. You talk about citrus. We have made $15 million available for citrus through the DFC at low interest rates of they can be able to get assistance. Small farmers, you know what we do for our vegetable farmers? That when we grow tomatoes, no tomatoes get imported because we're going to eat our local tomatoes. That's why our local farmers now that are in vegetables are doing way better than ever done under any UDP government. We are taking small steps to be able to help in any which way that we can. Now we know the BSCFA has been going through some serious problems with BSI. Mind you, I also have my concerns from time to time with some of the decisions or the points, the positions that BSCFA takes. But at the end of the day, they are Belizean cane farmers and we have to stand by them. 2 years, they don't get the fair trade money. This last time, 45,000 tons was sold of fair trade sugar. And when you look at how much the other three associations delivered in sugar, guess how much? The exact 45,000. So these other three associations got all the money from fair trade. And I can understand that. They have the contract, BSCFA no have a contract. But then you question yourself. The rest of the sugar is about 50,000 plus tons of sugar that was sold. They got a premium for the CARICOM sugar. They got a premium for the local market. They got a premium for the US market. And was that premium paid only to the BSCFA? That is the question that we need to ask. Honorable member from Corazon North, we have to stand up for the people. Now, I support the investment that BSI has done, and I want to continue to support them because we need them also. But we have to ensure that both sides are fair. I just got the information on how much they pay extra per ton for US fair trade. $60 US per ton. So in effect, from last year alone, they would owe BSCFA about $3 million if they would get it. We have to ensure that we can help the BSCFA, Madam Speaker, because they now do not have access to be able to help their farmers. The money from fair trade is to be able to help with the inputs, with fertilizers and herbicides, so that we could try to increase production. When we don't help the BSCFA, like I was saying, you cut your nose to spite your face. Production is going down. And you know that, brother from Corazon North, and if we don't help the BSCFA, what is going to happen to these farmers? The BSCFA still represent more than 50% of the cane farmers in the north. More than 50%. I have visited personally the other two of them. I think northern, the other one from, I think one is breaking up, no? I was to visit them. All of a sudden, I think they broke up over there and they're moving on to I think mostly to progressive. Both of those associations, I was pleasantly surprised of the programs that they are doing. But that does not mean that we are just going to turn our backs on the BSCFA. We have to make sure that they can get some sort of assistance with fertilizer. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture, the Honorable Member from Arinjoak South has been going all over the place trying to see how he could address this issue. He has even flown to Mexico and even to Morocco, trying to see if we could make an arrangement that Morocco could make a donation for fertilizers for our cane farmers. That is what you're supposed to come up here and commend the Minister of Agriculture, not condemn this government because we're helping the BSCFA with $1 million. I wish you would be able to go to the General Assembly of BSCFA on Sunday and tell them that. The other associations get the money, then get their fair trade money. And BSCFA is finding a financial crisis more with their farmers. We know to give them money to be able to run the BSCFA. What we're doing in this instance is the Ministry of Agriculture is negotiating to buy the fertilizer, and then they're going to pass the fertilizer to the association, so that we make sure that $1 million is not spent on administration, but it is spent on the farmers. I am unapologetic, Madam Speaker, to say that we had to do something for the BSCFA, that we had to do something for the members of the BSCFA because they are in a crisis. Sugar cane production is down. It's down all over the world. And if we want to rescue, unlike what the UDP did to citrus during the UDP, during their 13 years in office, They did nothing to help the citrus farmers. We are proudly doing something to help our Belizean sugar farmers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, before I put the question to adjourn members, just a quick notice. Some, if not all, but certainly by Monday, all members should be receiving from the Office of the Clerk the printed, published administrative review report of the National Assembly of Belize. This was an effort undertaken under the MOU with CPA, and I believe it was the final initiative under the CPA. It lists about 32 recommendations. The Honorable President of the Senate, Honorable Carolyn Trent Sandiford, and I have provided with that report a cover note to all members. These are only recommendations. They're not intended to be completed within any one term of Parliament. It's a long term. Some may be, a few could possibly be achieved, but it can only be done with the support of members of both chambers. I ask you to take a moment to go through them when you do have time, and that officially concludes the MOU with the CPA, and I'd like to put on record the recognition of the former Speaker of the House, who took the initiative to get the MOU started, and I'd like to put on record the support of members of both chambers who participated in a few of the consultations that were held with the CPA, particularly with this administrative review report. You have my assurance as the Speaker of the House that working with the team at the National Assembly, we will do our best to see how much of it can be accomplished, which can only be done if it's approved by you and with your support. I also would like to take the opportunity, members, because it would be remiss of me not to, that I am aware, and today is no exception, that there are comments made off mic that are not parliamentary, and the only difference is that they're made off mic. Our standing orders is not so clear on the management of that. I have done my best to bring it to the attention of members, but I will certainly work harder and perhaps raise the matter with the committee that is responsible for standing orders to see how best we can perhaps adjust and make that those interventions certainly not as numerous, and how to address them when they do occur. Honourable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The House, I haven't stood up, members. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The House now stands adjourned.